10 years, huh? Thanks, Phils. Yeah, cause Jack can start up his stream too. Yep. Thanks for the observation there, Kevin. Kevin scoped shit out. Oh, there he goes. I just got for the observation there, Kevin. There it is. Kevin scoped shit out. Oh, there he goes. No, South Philly, this car's nothing. Now, this car, South Philly. I know, the car is a nice car. But the floors are shot in it. And the brakes are shot in it. You're going to spend $2,000 to get this car fixed up. I paid $3,000 for the car. I drove it for 5 years. Oh, I know, South Philly. I agree. But we're moving to the fucking ruins. In the shelter there. Nope. I got a room in there. I could fucking seal right off. I'll fix the windows. Nope, it's all good. And I'm going to go to 9:30 here. That gives us fucking 12 minutes, people.
Hey, what's up?
Bet.
Hey, Zoom. Hey, Battery.
Kevin.
How you guys doing?
My mouth don't fucking stop. Exactly, Phils. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna get a little backlash from people in town at first. Yes, South Philly. South Philly is a nice motor. It's a V6 with ram air induction. It's the GT motor, dude. Thank you, Miriam. Right on, game. Miriam just let. Yeah. I'm gonna go another 11 minutes. Hey, take care, Kevin 7. Thanks for stopping in, man. Everyone needs to have some fun.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Do the other trees laugh at it? Yes, they do. Yep, I heard them laughing today. It's first an oh, and then they start laughing. Even when they're cut down. I think I fixed the backhoe, or at least I'm on to the fix. And I went to go start it up, and the battery wasn't enough to start her up. So we've got to charge it on one of the solar systems. Take it out tomorrow and fire that baby up. Old Bessie will be creaking and crawling, but she'll good. Hopefully she'll be moving. We get that going and cut the rest of my driveway and take down, push down some more trees and dig out the stumps and square away some ground and oh hell yeah. Yeah, we got a bunch of trees going down. Getting the land purposed out. Yep. expanding my front yard just a bit so I can plant more fruit trees. I need to get some apricots and some cherries and a couple persimmon trees. I'm gonna figure out get some persimmon trees. But I want apricots and need some more pears. Oh, he's the good one from the east. This is the good, not necessarily good or bad, just, it's the witch of the east. The wicked witch of the west, yeah, we got that too. That's his twin, actually. Kind of ironic. But, yeah, he's west. His portion, his area is over west of us. And this brother here, his place is over to the east of us. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So, tow truck, grab a link, bro. Grab a link and talk to me. There it is. Yeah. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. You know what? I want to do it. I'll be right. I want to go get that. Buffalo Bill. Jokers to the right.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yes, I'm stuck in the middle with you.
Hey, Buffalo Bill, come on up. Grab a link. There's tow truck now. Hold on a second.
It's so hard to keep the smile from my face. Cause I'm showing I'm all over the place.
How you doing, tow truck?
All right. Yep, jamming.
Started off with nothing.
Jamming.
Working on something.
I'm having trouble finding my stuff.
I'll tell you what, I love this stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
Nope, never got the chance to be a chicken murderer. Ran into a ranger.
Ran into a ranger.
Yeah, I got a ranger's first kill.
Where's here am I?
I'll bring it up.
And I was navigating.
Yeah.
And I got lost. These jams brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit. .com.
Right? Oh, hold on a
Yes.
second.
Put it in.
Getting our first live catch last night. Yes, we.
All right, hold on. I got to speed it up.
What killed the chickens?
Yeah.
All right. Can you see that?
Yes.
What's that white thing?
Right.
Lunch?
There's a pop right there.
It's already getting hit by the flies.
All right, Ranger. Get it, Ranger.
Good boy. Boy, that's my ring. That's right. But yeah.
I actually shot him in the head. The Ranger drugged him out.
Nice.
There's Rue.
There's my chicken coop in the yard. There's my chicken yard.
And there's the girls. Well,
I saw your coop. That's kind of a nice
That's
coop.
just the yard.
John.
Well, I watched your video the other day.
Yeah, that's one I took today. That shows you the inside of the yard.
I was working on my wire cage all day today. Man, I want it to be so nice. I'm sitting there doing all this fancy shit. It's hog wire though, it's 9 wire, so all them raggedy ends, I don't want them. So I'm out there twisting and art. It's gonna be an artisan chicken coop, man.
And there's all the vehicles over there. They all work. Tractor. But yeah.
Oh, it's Peter Graves again.
Come on, guys. All right. I will catch up with you later.
Your chicken, should you choose to infence it?
Oh man, but yeah. Hey Tracy,
So, are you getting flooded out pretty good or not?
Emerald, did you see that last night's stream was blocked? Blocked. It's blocked.
Block. I don't know. I tuned in a couple times last night, I think. Didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's there.
So. Maybe. You mean YouTube? Where? I guess is the question. WMG. WMG.
Who's that? I'm gonna make a little pin and put it on the hand, and I'm gonna say people. I will make a pin for them. Who are they? VMG, WMG,
World Maggot Group.
Yeah,
that's who blocked you. The World Maggot Group.
I'll make pins and put them across my hat for people who ban us.
Oh, Warner Music.
Holy shit! It's so bright where you are.
Hey,
There's such tone down that reflection.
full moon out tonight or what?
What'd you do? He just chopped all his hair off.
That's my Corona haircut.
He's trying to be cool like Dennis. Rock on, man. There you go. Hey, mine's actually grown back.
Yeah,
I have to do it again here soon.
I
feels
want my
good though.
beard back.
Yeah, when it's hot out, it's awful. It's awesome. I mean, it's really nice. Yep. Warner
Cleaner.
Music Group. Okay, Warner Music Group blocked us. That's awesome. All right.
Now I suppose we're gonna get it again for clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right.
Here I am.
Band in the middle with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. What's up, Jack?
Only blocked on applications on mobile devices. If you're going through regular browsers, you're not blocked. I just
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh, okay.
all right. Sorry. Oh, kill zone. There we go. Now it's killed. How you doing?
Rock,
So I got to rate the Horsham.
probably because we
Sorry, I
played
just
music.
Were we jamming again?
We were jamming.
Those two that I was working on the other day, they're finished. I've got to drop them off today.
Nice.
So,
Wow.
number one, number two, and while we were packing everything up,
I like
you know,
that
the
one.
folks came here, the darker one. It's the same piece of wood. That's just the heartwood, and that's the sapwood.
Oh, wow. Right.
They both got the same pattern in them,
Nice.
and it's desert acacia.
Yeah.
Australian snakewood. And when I was making, because I was doing Zoom baits at the same time, and all that sort of thing. So I was doing that one's at the same time. So that's similar to like Zoom baits handle
Jack.
on his. So they saw that when I
Yeah.
was doing that. That's why they changed their thing from red gum to this. Yes.
Happy Anzac Day.
Thank you very much. But it's not for another 3 days.
Oh, I thought it was today. I saw it on Sky News.
No, they're organising stand at the end of your driveway, and as the parade goes by, and that so folks will be allowed to go, certain folks, and all that sort of. I'm just going down to my usual dawn service. You know, salute the flag, listen to the national anthem, say the ode, and come home. Not much going on.
Well, I just didn't want to miss an opportunity to say Happy Anzac Day to you.
Well, thank you very much.
Nice.
You'll know it. I'll have. I might even be on in a suit.
Right.
It's the only day of the year I wear a suit. I don't even wear a suit when I go to court anymore, especially if they're not trying to lock me up.
Right.
Yeah, funny. Why wear a suit to impress a bunch of bastards that hate you?
Right.
Wow.
Jack, what did you build today there, Wild Bill?
What did I build today?
What did you build today?
Nothing. Didn't build nothing. Worked on other things though.
So Jack
Worked
did
on the truck.
knives. Check this out. I can show you what I did.
Cool.
All right, here we go. We're back. All right, so there's been some stuff changing. See, these are the cooler inserts I was talking about. I get these. See the boxes over there? And over there. And over there. And way back in the back there, got a whole bunch there. And if you check this out, There's a cooler I've already done, or at least the base of it. And then there's a bunch more up there. And there's another stack out there. You see them out there? There's more there. And I got 6 more I gotta go pick up. And good Lord, I got these cooler boxes everywhere. So I might as well my garage with them. Literally. But yeah, that's where we're at. I've got the rest of the wood.
That's a nerdy laugh.
Yeah, those are all the legs. Those are slats, and that's a few stacks of slats back there. Yeah, and then these are the bases here. Now these are. Okay, I'll turn it back here and see. I line them with the wood like this. Okay, probably wood I wouldn't use anywhere else. Not likely. And I use the CDX as a base. Like that. And then all these have that framing on the back. That's not the prettiest wood. You just need it there for support and in order to get the space support the cooler. So there's that. And then we end up, once those pieces are put together, we end up with something like this. And that's back up here a little bit. There we go. That's the basis for the cooler. Now this one here, these boards are shorter to accommodate the gas strut that's going to go there that'll hold the top up and down. This gas strut sits right up in here. Okay, and that's going to support. It'd be a nice custom feature for the cooler. A lot of people like it. Cooler open while you get what you need. There's a lid with it, and it seals.
Yeah, that cooler are just pressure,
cooler box
just
right
pressure
there.
fits right inside there.
Snugly inside of the little base, and the lid fits the same way with the top of the cabinet. Once I build it, but yeah, that's the basics there. It's not being routed or sanded much. I did sand the top after I got done putting it together, just to even up pieces a little bit more around the top rim there. And there we go. All right, I'll be back in just a little bit with the next bunch of stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, that's where'd Bill go?
I know. I got to take off too. I got to go to the horse and drop these knives off. Pick up some supplies.
Well, good luck to you, and
Be back in an hour and 20 minutes.
all right, bud.
All right, be good.
You know it, man. Always. Take care, brother. So, what'd you think there, battery?
That's nice. It'll look pretty good when it's finished. You got it finished?
Yeah, it's a bunch of junk wood. I got to build 8 of them.
I got to show you my stack of pallets.
Yeah.
I got 11 4x4 pallets, all of them identical.
Oh yeah.
That's probably 2 walls, right?
Well, depends on how close the boards are. Well, what do you, support structure wise, anyway? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to stack them with the bottom boards going this way,
Yeah.
and separate each section with a 2x4. Tack them up to 2x4
Yeah.
for the future.
Yep.
And then as soon as I can figure out a way to tear apart some other pallets, I'm going to use that for siding. Actually, not siding, inside walls. And the outside, I'm going to use hardy plank, just like the house. So it'll match.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could do that.
Yep.
But make sure you moisture wrap it first. Make sure once you got the walls up and you have what you have for the exterior, make sure you moisture wrap it.
Yep.
And then you turn. Then you can turn around and then you can put that hardy siding on.
Yeah. Well, put some insulation on the walls.
Well, the
That-
moisture wrap on the outside is still necessary to keep the moisture away from the wood.
So put that on before the hardy plank?
Yep, on the outside. Yep,
Good idea.
yeah. Make sure that it's not expensive, and you can wrap the whole damn. Huh?
Some Tyvek?
Yeah, Tyvek. Just get your moisture barrier on there before you put your siding on.
Once I get the walls and the roof up, put some roofing on there, I'm going to put a solar panel on top of that.
Sure.
I'm not going to have to wire, anything from the house. It's just going to be independent.
Yep. If you go with a metal roof, you only have to frame out your rafters and then strap board them. Right? You frame out your rafters and then turn around and put strapping boards across, and then you set your metal, screw it down, put your apex cover on. You're done.
Okay, I'm not picturing it. So.
Yeah, but you don't have
a
to
video on this?
Well, you don't actually have to deck it. I do because I get all this CDX particle ply, right? But I'll deck it with that, and then I'll cover that with linoleum, and then I'll put the metal roofing on because it just helps insulate and it helps quiet. Because when it rains, sleet, and stuff like that starts happening, that roof gets noisy as shit. But with the CDX, I paint it.
I was thinking about putting clear roofing in the center to kind of give me natural light in the daytime.
Yep, you can do that very well. Yep.
The solar panels to be separated.
Well, if you got your skylights up at the top of the apex and you set your panels down across below them,
That's a good idea. Just put it at the top.
Do what?
Just cut the roofing in half and just use it on the top.
Well, just make sure one side of that roof faces southwest or southwest.
Yeah, it will. It's going to be the same as the house.
But when you have your side of your roof facing southwest, then the panels will catch all the good light.
One side will be south. The other side will be north.
Good deal. Yep, there you go. You can even put them on the north side, but you have to brace them so that they angle up. And that's a wind catch like you don't want. No, you don't want it. You don't want to have like that restraint.
It doesn't need to be a high-powered system. Just
Right.
24 volts up there, 200 watts, just to charge some batteries, and then run lights off of that out of the batteries.
Yep. And you can get 4 of those panels for $75 these. They're 100-watt panels, 12 volt. Run them in series for 24 volt, and then turn around and 4 of them will give you 200 watts.
Just run
24 volt.
That's in
That's
parallel.
only $300. The charge controller to do it is an MPPT charge controller, and you can get one for like $30. Cheap one.
I found some MPPTs on Wish.
Yep.
They come with 100-watt solar panels.
Make
for
sure
less
you
than
get the
$100.
ones. Make sure you get the blue ones that have the USB. They're the blue ones, and they've got the digital panel on them, and they've got the USB outlets on them too. Those are the best ones, and you'll select battery 4, B4. It's not going to tell you in the instructions to set it, but you'll have a B setting in there, and if you hit it, take it to B4, and you'll be fine. Yeah, that's what I'm using on my 24 volt. That's what I got for my 24 volt system. That's the one that I'm working off of that APS.
Well, it'll charge up to 29, right?
Yeah, it'll charge up to 30.
If
You
it
have
only
to-
charge to 20, if it only charge to 24, then I wouldn't get full capacity.
Oh no! Those 4 panels will charge you up, but you have to remember, on cloudy days, it's going to take a full day to charge up your battery set. Okay, so if you
Actually, when I need the power in the shop, it most likely will be full charged.
okay, Right.
because
You're
I'm
not
not gonna
every day.
be in there all the time.
You sure?
Yeah.
I mean, I was
I
working
gotta
off
work,
my
you know.
solars today. I was working off my solars today for the most part. The only time I had to start up the generators to hook the 14-inch cutoff. So I just had to, cut a couple pieces of wood.
And
I got to start the generator for that one, and that the solar system
for
won't.
now, it's going to run off of. I got 6 batteries
Yeah.
at 29 volts, and I'm going to turn that into 12. I'm going to expand it so I have 2.8 kilowatts.
Okay.
It's
Cool.
going to be 1.4 with only 6.
Well, I've got 8 on that system. I've got 8 batteries. They're 115 amp hour marine deep cycles.
But I got to replace. 6 cells because I fried them.
All right. 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 Jeez.
Expensive hobby.
Well, no, I'll tell you what, it's not a hobby. It needs to be the way people are
Right
doing
now.
it. It's a necessity. You need to be your own power company. I mean, I'm operating out here and I don't have electric hookup. I mean, I'm fully off. Supply my own power, my own water.
Yeah, I know.
for
You're
all that.
off grid completely, but I'm here in Portland. I'm going to be partially on grid for a while.
Right. Now you can set up a separate. What you can do is you can set up a separate electric box and start moving circuits over to it as you build your system. As your system gets more
Nothing.
capability, you can move your wires over to that instead of on
Another
the
thing,
box.
wish they stopped blowing that air. Another thing, the shop is going to be running off that solar generator that I'm building.
Yeah.
But after I get that done, I'm going to start building a power wall.
Right.
And I think the power wall is going to be like maybe 6 to 10 kilowatts.
There
And
you go.
then I'll build a second one. Then I'll run that to the house.
You're going to want to run it to the inverter right there.
Yeah.
Then run the wires
But
to the house.
Eventually, the power can end up going to the house and take the house off the grid.
Yeah. Now, if you do that, you have to make sure that you've got your mains set up properly.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'll learn that when I get there.
You can't have your inversion and your the main power on at the same time. It'll blow out your.
I'm not going to go grid tie. It's going to be off grid.
Good. I was going to say I've got an off grid inverter. It's a 5K off grid.
Yeah, before I do that, I got to get solar panels on my house.
Right. It's a grid tie inverter though, and I don't use it anymore. I'm trying to figure out how to. I know I need to sell it. I paid like $2,000 for it, and I'm only looking for like about. I'm hoping to get about $1,200-$1,400 for it.
Oh, good luck. I can't afford it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's all good. But
I just did a 2,000 watt.
I bought it a couple years ago, but it's never been. We never even hooked it up because before we could get.
Now I get 2,000 watt.
Yeah, the electric company here gave us 3 kinds of hell about hooking the damn thing up and would never give us the authorization to hook it up. And so I was like, screw you bastards. Take your friggin'
Stop paying them.
right. Take your shit off my property.
Can you use a grid tie inverter with off grid?
Yeah. Once you have a main stabilized, you can use it for alternative. I've got extra equipment that I got extra panels on the roof that ain't being hooked up to anything. And I can hook those up with the grid tie and it'll feed off of my main system. But I have to have an inverter that has a pure sine wave.
My break is over, but I'll be off, let's see, a little over half an hour. About 40 minutes, I'll be off.
Oh, okay.
I can get back on.
All right, bud.
In my phone stand. I just propped the phone up and that it worked perfectly.
There you go. All right, man. Well, have a good day.
I don't have the case. I almost dropped the phone.
Don't drop the phone. Don't drop your phone. But yeah, no doubt. And check you out.
This is what I'm working on. This is an IV. This is the inner door of the IV.
Of the IV unit? All right. Yeah.
And here's the box.
Cool. Yep.
And we just metallized the inside of it. So, you know, that's where the electronics go. So none of it gets on the outside.
Right. Right.
Affects any other equipment. Okay, I got to get off now.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Good.
All right. Hey, tow truck, come back. Buffalo Bill, come back. Oh, man. It's all good. I was going to say, grab a link. Come on up. But yeah, no, I'm headed out to look for some articles here. There was, yeah, right. There you are. I hit the wrong button.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like, oh shit.
you don't hear any echo?
No, everything's good to go.
Good. Yeah, I had a couple things I had to do.
Yeah. Did you see that cooler?
I saw it. It was really nice. Yeah.
You know, they come out looking really good. But when I start choosing wood, man, you'd be like, "You really gonna use that piece of wood?" And I'm like, "Yeah," because I'm cutting pieces out of beat up pieces of wood. You know, I save every inch of wood I can save and put in.
Anything that's not rotten, I save. If
Right.
it's not like completely rotted through, if there's anything left on it that I can work with, I'll use it.
Yeah. It's like I've had people working with me before. Really, you're going to use that? Yeah, check it out. It's good from here to there, and I only need that much. So, yeah.
You know, just some 80 grit sandpaper or 60 grit, just something to knock off all the slivers before you.
No, dude. You know what you do? Screw the fucking pan, that paper sandpaper shit. The paperback sandpaper that you get normally. Screw that.
Yeah.
Don't ever buy that again. You know what you do? You go out and buy a belt. You go buy belt sanders.
I got one for free. They were throwing away. I got it out of a dumpster. It was
Right.
like brand spank me new, man.
But it comes apart, right? Right. It comes apart. Most likely.
You wear out some you'll wear out a blade trying to cut that stuff up. I mean, it was thick. It was off of a big. The stuff I got enough to last me 100 years, and it was off of a giant cabinet mill.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was like 60 grit.
Yep, I get between 60 and 80 grit, and I take those 4-inch wide belt sander belts and turn around and I cut them up and I use them on my my little orbital hand sander, and I don't change out paper. I sanded that whole base down this evening after the video. Got all the sanding, I routed it and sanded it, and it's all ready to go.
So what is that framework
of sandpaper, and it's still not worn out, huh?
It looks like you got a framework for a pole barn or something out there.
Yeah, the mill. You ain't seen any of the videos on Emerald City?
Are you ever going to put a roof on it or leave it like that?
Yes, we're going to be putting a roof on it with the weather. I've been working on the gardens and the yard and trying to get I got to get some product out of the shop and
Yeah.
try to take care of.
I wasn't sure if you were going to actually put a roof on it because
Oh
some
yeah.
people just build framework, just for running hoists and all that.
Oh, we've already done that. We've already been running hoists and stuff like that on it. But no, yeah, it's going to have a roof on it here very soon. My brother is all about it. We've got all the CDX we need to do it. We just have,
Everything you need except for the farm maidens.
and a couple extra hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had a couple extra hands, a couple dudes working around here, shit, this stuff would all be done.
Yeah.
No shit. I'd wear them out. I'd tell you that. My cousin, the younger cousin, he ain't coming back. He's like, no, you gotta pay me. Come down there again. Yeah.
I hear you.
And I was like, dude, I mean, he only worked like about 4 hours of the day. He didn't like worked all damn day, slept until noon. Didn't get out of the house until about 2:00. Then we worked for a couple hours in the afternoon. It started getting cold, and I don't work in the cold, so he only got about 2-3 hours worth of work.
Well, some of the old timers that I worked for, and when I had my own business, I'm telling you, it seems like the younger generation doesn't want to do any physical work at all.
Oh no, they don't. No, he was like had his phone the whole time. I was like, why don't you leave that up on the porch? Oh no way, man, I'm expecting a call. I was like, you're doing you never mind. Okay. I had to show him how to use a pickaxe and a
We
shovel.
were working on this big airport job out here where they were building those multi-level parking units, big concrete multi-level parking units.
Yeah.
And they would see. I'm beyond journeyman level painter. I think I'm probably a master level. I've never been like told I was a master, but anyway, so I'm out there on this job, and they send me an apprentice, and the apprentice, he comes out there. I said, all you got to do is pour these 5-gallon buckets into this big cut in half 50-gallon drum. I set up a big 50-gallon drum, that's cut in half, and then underneath that you have those little plastic kiddie pools, so that it can't have any spillage or whatever.
Right.
And
you
and
mix
then
them up, and then you dump them in the bucket. Right.
Yeah, and I had this big hydraulic sprayer, and I said, you got to try to keep up with us now. I am not kidding you. Every 2 days I went through one of these kids. They could not handle it.
Right.
He'd be like, and I'm sitting there going, okay, it's back to me again, and I'm just pouring 5-gallon buckets, and they're filling it up, and then go back, walk way down there, get back on the sprayer until I run out of paint, and then I gotta go way back, to fill up that 50-gallon drum,
Yeah, and you get half done what you could have done. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd get 5-gallon buckets of paint on pallets, and they deliver them on the job site, and I'd go through and they'd be, I don't remember how many it was, like 8 on a pallet, or no, more than that. And
Aaron,
I'd go
you ain't
through.
going no. Hold on, Darren, you ain't going nowhere. Where do you think you're going? Come on, dude. Where do you think you're going? What's happening, Aaron? Okay.
Aaron.
Yeah, he's like, I'm crashing. I'm crashing. Whatever.
Well, have you seen the tunnels under Missouri?
For what?
That big underground network of freeways that's under Missouri and Kansas. Have you ever seen footage of it?
No, actually.
There's a lot of. I've never been in it, but I've met truckers. Other
the delivery set. Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, what they did is when they tunneled all that out, that underground city, and it's all underneath Kansas City, and it goes from I think it goes from eastern Missouri all the way to west of Kansas City somewhere. I don't know.
Yep.
And so these drivers are showing this stuff. I'm telling you, there's Kroger Foods down there.
Yep.
There's stuff, and if you look at what the way they tunneled it out, it's a flat ceiling in these caves, a flat floor, and then they would leave some of the rock for supports inside the tunnels there.
Yep.
And they would paint everything in there white so you could see, so that the lighting would reflect everything and you'd be able to see where you're going. That's kind of like what these big parking garages were like, the painting that I was doing.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
All angle iron, corrugated metal, be wearing a paper suit and a full face respirator and up in there spraying this stuff. I'm telling you, I lived in it. I lived in paint, man. I used to literally bathe in methyl ethyl ketone and stuff like that to get the stuff off my skin. It was, oh yeah. Yeah, I'd get it on my face. I'd break out the MEK and use it on my face and everything. So I probably got major brain damage. So if I sound like I got brain damage, that might be why.
I was gonna say, I won't say it.
Not to mention nuclear work that I did. I'm probably glowing on top of that. So I don't know. There's a little bit of my humanity left.
Say I'm not pregnant. I'm just nuclear.
Well, you know, I didn't have a lot of education and wound up having to do those kind of jobs. The jobs nobody else wants to do.
Oh, well.
Just to feed the babies. I didn't get to be an IT tech, although I was probably intelligent enough to do any of that kind of stuff. I could have been a doctor.
It's just a matter of the information that you're exposed to. That's all.
Yeah, and not having a dad and stuff to kind of coach me and things like that. That kind of didn't help much, but kind of left it. See you figuring it out on my own.
Well, you're talking to my dad.
I know.
3.
I know. We're in the same boat. I know. Yep. Yeah. But I did have an uncle. And my uncle used to say, "Boy, you need to go to college." And he used to tell me this all the time. He says, "You need to go to college. It's the only way, I'm glad I didn't, actually.
Oh, yeah.
He was kind of a liberal, and I didn't respect him that much.
Right. No, you needed to be indoctrinated.
Well, his degree was, I think he got like a Bachelor of Arts.
Oh my God!
Yeah. In sociology, that was his course study, was sociology. Seriously, sociology?
Sociology.
I mean, that is the next best thing to basket weaving.
Right. Well, they didn't have gender studies at the time.
Well, it's all sociology is definitely, it's connected with the word socialism, and it's
the study of social structures. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather get a degree in theology or something.
Right.
I think theology would be a great degree, actually, because they don't go with the mainstream colleges most of the time. So,
well,
but if I was going to do that, but the only degrees that really I think will get you out there and get you to make money is things that involve a lot of math. And a lot of people take sociology and a lot of things like that to avoid taking all the math. That's why they become lawyers and hair designers and everything else, is because they don't want to do the math. Because math overwhelms a lot of people and their brain just doesn't go that way. And I thought I was bad at math, but and then I found out I actually am good at it.
Right.
but I had to discover that on a job site. I didn't get it from school.
Hold on a second.
We're just looking and see about finding a good solution for the lighting, the LED lighting situation.
Well, Miriam, the tunnels that I was talking about, if you can hear me, the tunnels that what they are is apparently there's some kind of storage facilities, and they're connected to the network of tunnels that there are also literal superhighways under the earth. There are pictures. Oh, thank you for replying. Yep. There are videos on YouTube. A few. They've actually taken a lot of them down. But there are highways that will take you all the way from the East Coast almost to the West Coast, and then you emerge. You come back out on the surface again, and then you drop down in tunnels again. And they're right. There are serious deep underground storage facilities, and I know truck drivers that have been in them and described them in detail and showed me pictures, and I've seen video YouTube stuff. But a lot of the YouTube things were taken down because they really don't want you to know about that. And that may very well be what happened to all of our hand sanitizer and toilet paper and all that stuff. They probably said, take them all off the shelves. Yeah, and human trafficking. Exactly. They said, take them off the shelves. And I really believe that it's not so much because people were hoarding. I think they literally intentionally tried to create a shortage. They got them into the underground tunnels and shipped them out to China. And Jack showed a video of all these supplies they were shipping to China and leaving Australia high and dry. And then all of a sudden, Australia has got the coronavirus. The United States has got it, and we don't have any supplies. Why? Because they went back over to China. That's my theory.
Yep. Yep. They they bought them, and then they sold them back to China for next to nothing.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, you know about the tunnels already. I know about them. A lot of people do know about them. They have underground storage facilities, and they told you that they just took a bunch of military personnel into Cheyenne Mountain. You know about that, right?
That happened like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
No, recent.
No. They moved the whole operation. The NSA operation is now underground. It's no longer in Virginia. Oh yeah, all those systems are up in Denver and Cheyenne Mountain and all that stuff. All those security systems are all off the East Coast. There's nothing up there anymore.
Do you remember Jerome Corsi?
Yes.
He used to kind of be like one of those Q drop kind of guys, and
right.
Now there's another guy who's on Blessed to Teach and some of these other channels, and he's talking about the underground operations. So since about 20, I think it was about 2017. It's been after Trump. Okay, after Trump got in there, that we started training the 82nd Airborne and other special ops people to do underground, basically tunnel rat work. And why did all this big push to do underground training all of a sudden happen in 2017? Well, something's going on. That's what I'm thinking. And then we know all in that time they were building bunkers, and I had a friend I'll just say his last name is Hyde, Hyde.
First name Jekyll.
No. Have you ever heard of the Hyde Foundation?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, they're the ones They're the ones that got the whole Colorado cannabis thing going. The Hyde Foundation, and they had this little girl that had, I guess, leukemia treatments or whatever, and she was able to start living a normal life, and they used it as a testimonial to get the laws passed where they could start doing cannabis. Anyway, this Hyde person is a Colorado expat. All right, he was from Colorado because he's part of the family there. He did concrete work in the bunkers, in the deep underground bunkers for the elites. He did concrete work. Showed me pictures of the stuff they were doing. They have tunnels that go from Stapleton Airport to, and you've seen all the satanic shit on the concourses and everything in that airport. I mean, they've been talking about it for years.
Yeah.
You got all these satanic paintings of Illuminati stuff and all that. Well, there's tunnels that go from that airport to Cheyenne Mountain and various and sundry bunkers just east of Denver.
Yep.
I've seen the location of the bunkers. I've seen the location of them, and I've seen the insides of them, and they're massive. So they're bigger than apartment complexes. I mean, they're huge.
And they're actually the ones that are west of Denver are more amazing.
These are just the ones that I'm aware of that I saw pictures of. And he showed me pictures of them. They had track hose out there that were digging trenches, and they were putting in the underground freeway system that was going to these bunkers. So I guess the plan is they get them all into Denver and spider web them out to various and sundry locations. All the elites, your Henry Kissingers, your George Soroses, and all the rest of them. It's their bunkers.
Yeah, most likely.
Stapleton is set up for that. It's set up to be a militarized airport.
Hey, Ryan. Welcome in. Hi, Miriam. Yeah, those underground, that's not a joke. And it's not just in Denver. It's not just in Missouri. It's in every state from Nevada to New York. And
it's just I saw the setup for the Denver airport.
Yep.
And then the other tunnels that they build, the funding comes from wherever, they come from the devil, I guess. Miriam's asking who funds all this, who pays for it. The devil, he's got.
Actually, the person, the off the back is the sweat of the everyday man in the United States.
For all the thousands of years of torture they put us through. It's their vast wealth and exploits that we're not privy to.
Right.
So it might be partly taxpayers, it might be partly investments. If somebody says, yeah, I've got $56 billion in the bank, chances are they've got double that. That's only what they let you know.
Right. That's just what they got in the bank. That's not asset holdings, properties.
Well, no, not really. I mean, that's just kind of what they pay taxes on. What's on paper. So that's usually taxable income. And that's the only thing that there's a public record of. So they can't lie about it. And if they got $56 billion, I will almost swear, as God is my witness, they've got at least double that or more.
Most likely. But it's not in the country, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's probably in Bermuda or somewhere, or freaking Switzerland, Zurich.
Caymans doesn't care where you are.
Yeah.
Now, that's where business banks. is the Caymans because they don't care.
Well, that's one of them. I know they got them in Bahamas too.
Well, it's all the Cayman Bank.
I reckon.
Mm-hmm.
And since Soros basically owns the World Bank.
Yeah, but that's not Soros.
Well, he started it. He started the World Bank.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm saying the stuff in the Caymans, that's not Soros.
Oh, I know. But
That's that's Rothschild.
well, the World Bank, no, but who's running it is Soros. And he takes all that banking money and invests it in China. And that was his baby. That was Soros' baby, was China.
Yeah.
I'm kind of halfway monitoring the chat too at the same time.
Right.
Kind of answering Miriam there. So glad Miriam is here.
Yeah.
I like to see some ladies in the chat. And I'm glad she's okay wherever she's at in this big, broad world.
You know, it doesn't take long raviolis to heat up on top of an oil lamp when it's warm out.
Did you do that?
Yeah. That's what I just grabbed my can off the oil lamp behind me here. That's how I heated up dinner.
Huh.
What? You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know what you were doing over there. I'm not like trying to dig in your business there or nothing.
Oh, no. That's all right here on the screen. Yeah. In a can of Aldi's ravioli. It's actually really good. Put a little garlic, a little salt and pepper.
Well, I think there's a lot of good people down there where Zoom lives.
Oh, yeah. A lot of good people down there. You ever been down to that part of the country?
Yeah, driving a truck and all.
No, I mean just down there. Even
no,
just,
I haven't like been down there like hanging out or anything. No.
I mean, even if you just go down and just hit some of the off road, some of the like 10 miles off the highway kind of towns and stuff like that. Yeah,
Well, that's kind of what I did. That's kind of what I did hauling flatbeds. I was going out to those sawmills. I was going out to sawmills, Durham, North Carolina, South Carolina. Let's see, where else was I? Tennessee.
running pine loads. Is that what you were doing?
I was getting hardwood and pine, all kinds of stuff too. Everything from plywood, building materials, hardwood, everything.
Right, all flatbed load.
Yeah, flatbedding through the South.
Hot shot.
Well, I don't know if it's a hot shotting, but I liked it.
No, that's what they call it. Was hot shotting.
Yep. One time I was down in Roanoke during the NASCAR, and there was no parking. I couldn't believe there was cars all over the side of the roads. People having tailgate parties and everything down there.
Right.
And I think it was a Sunday, and nobody was in the churches. There was nobody in the churches on Sunday because NASCAR was going on.
Right.
So they were driving from all over the South to go to this NASCAR race in Roanoke.
Sure. NASCAR is like religion. It's their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's their football.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's not just there.
Right.
I was a big advocate of wanting to get it here because we've already got the Bonneville raceway up here, and then we got another NASCAR down in Fontana, California. There's some out here out in the West,
Yeah.
but we're set up perfectly for it. I mean, to have NASCAR. I don't know why they won't bring it in the state. Maybe they don't want the beer.
Yeah.
I've actually been.
They wouldn't understand the draw anyway. It wouldn't
Well,
succeed.
I've been to races down close to Vegas in Pahrump, Nevada. Been down there too. Been to those races. Used to go to the drag races all the time.
You know what a demolition derby is?
Yep, sure do.
One?
Have I ever what?
Ever been to one?
No, I've never been to one. Always wanted to.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how you get your redneck status.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got to you got to have a demolition derby, a sprint car race, and a dirt track crash.
I've been all sprint car and dirt tracks.
An 8-track.
Figure 8 track, yeah.
Yeah, that's some cool shit.
Yep.
No, that's
Yep.
redneck status. That's how you know you come from, redneck country.
Been to the mini sprint races too. Sprint races, mini sprints. Actually, there's
You just put a 350 on a rail, give it wheels and a way to steer it, and try to build the best cage you can.
so drag racing isn't redneck, is it? Huh?
No, not completely. It's part of it, but
Because
yeah.
I've been to the drag races and we have them like all the time here. We have drag races,
Right.
and we do funny cars also.
Well, it's a whole world all to itself, brother.
You ever go to the funny car races?
Yeah, my dad was a racer, was a quarter mile racer.
Yeah, and flat track races, motorcycles.
Well, if he would have stayed with it, he'd have been, Eddie Hill, Shirley Muldowney, those kind of things. Those names, do you know about those? Legends.
Sounds familiar.
Legends
Vague.
in the funny car and quarter mile race tracks.
Well, I didn't get into any form of entertainment when I was working 4 jobs. So.
Yeah. My dad, when he was younger, he was building cars like crazy. Like I said, my grandfather owned all the Amoco stations in St. Louis County. My dad, he would drive. He was a racer, race car guy. Demolition derby, didn't matter. He drove everything. He got real famous and had a buddy of his get killed.
Well,
he built and it messed him up.
To earn my redneck status then.
Yeah, he kind of lost it after that, kind of like a kangaroo getting hit in the gut. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I have to qualify as a redneck then.
Oh no! You're fine. You can earn it. It's all good. What are you doing, Ranger?
I've been to a lot of car shows.
Yeah, there you go.
Been to a lot of car shows and we used to have in California, El Camino Real, we used to go over to the root beer stand, the A&W root beer stand. And that's world famous. That was all the freaking coolest cars would show up at the root beer stand.
Yep. The shake shop. Yep.
And the girls would come out in their hiked up skirts with their roller skates on and take your order.
Don't bite me. No, don't bite my hat. Don't bite the hat. No hat. No bite me. Who's your so puppy? He's just so wore out. He's had a big day. Yes, he did. He had a big day. Check it out. Like I said, his puppiness is a deceiver. Look how big this puppy is. He's only 3 months old.
He's actually gotten bigger since the last time I seen him.
Yes, he does every day. Every day. Every day. He's got the hiccups right now. Aw. Like I said, he just keeps growing so fast. Every time I stick him in the crate for go to sleep, he comes out bigger. Like I'm cooking him. But I've been feeding him eggs, and I got that Dynovite super vitamins for dogs, and
Every time you hold him and he starts kind of chewing on you a little bit, he's actually bonding with you right now.
I know.
And by the time he gets about 2 years old, he's going to be full grown. Huh?
He'll be about 200 pounds.
Yeah, and he's going to have you dialed in.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little more dialed in.
His dogs are worse for being terrible twos. When they're terrible twos, they're always trying shit to see what they can get away with.
Well, he's already started some of that.
Oh yeah,
We had a session yesterday with the collar and the leash and stuff like that, and yeah, he did pretty good today with the critter. So
I saw that.
awesome,
that was
fun. Yeah, he was all growling at it and biting it and stuff. They actually went back over there, him and my brother's Dutch Hound, and they went over there and started tearing it apart. Yeah, they were tearing it apart. Yes, it was. We had some possum today, didn't we?
Discovering. He says that's one weird smelling dog over there laying there.
Nah, he knew it was food.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. I started growling at it before I shot it, and got him hissing and got him fighting and stuff like that, and then turn around and then I shot him in the head with a pellet. It was pretty quick. And then I opened up the trap and Ranger brought it out. Yeah. He was such a good boy.
I hate the way those possums hiss like that.
Yeah. But you should have seen him though. He was mocking me and started growling at it and stuff like that. It was great. All right, buddy. I know. All right.
Is your pellet gun a 177?
Yep, a 177 Gamma.
Nice. I got one.
Break barrel.
The one I got a used one. It's funny. I was at one of those airsoft stores, and they had a bunch of these Swiss air rifles that were 177. I got me one of them. It's made by Victorinox.
Oh, this is my squirrel gun. I love using this thing. You know what I'm saying? I could probably take out a deer with it. Especially if I use the normal ammunition for it. The normal ammo on this thing is hypersonic. It'll crack like a 22.
Yeah, mine's not hypersonic, I don't think. It's probably about 800 feet per second.
Yeah, I have to buy the subsonic ammo for it so I don't get the crack out of the, from the breaking the sound barrier kind of speed thing.
Why?
I want the subsonic ammo because I can get that second shot on that squirrel. If you got a crack come off of that thing, that's just gone.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Second squirrel, and I use the subsonic ammo. I can hit that squirrel and then reload and hit the other one.
But you're supposed to kill them in one shot.
I do.
Well, what are you worried about getting a second shot in for then?
Yeah, because they're usually hanging twos.
Oh, okay.
You usually see them chasing each other. There's at least groups of two. Yeah, I know. I got to take him out for night potties. All right, I'll be right back. Um,
I'll stay here and talk in the chat with people or whatever.
okay, all right. I won't be long. We just gotta go. Just give me about 5 minutes.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right.
Yep.
It's time for him to go to bed, and he's gotta go potty. So I'll be right back.
Yep.
Come on, baby. Come on, buddy. That's my boy. That's my Ranger.
How's it going, Ryan? See Ryan and Zoom in there. Yellowstone has more gourd left. I'm not sure I understand. Zoom bait. Yellowstone has more gourd left. I don't know what. Good to see you there, Ryan. Yeah, we're doing okay. More ground. Oh, more ground left? Is there more earthquakes? I haven't heard any serious earthquake activity going on. Yeah, we're doing good. I got in a fight with a weed eater. I decided to give myself a Corona haircut. Keeping an eye on Yellowstone. Gotcha. Yeah, if you, I do appreciate it whenever you mention something about that. So bait. Over 700? 700 quakes or what? I'm getting confused now. Yeah, we're having strange earthquakes. There are strange earthquakes in places that people have not had them before. I mean, over the whole scheme of things, one fault line and what fault line are you speaking of? We have a fault line here in Utah. It's called the Wasatch Fault, but there's a lot of other faults. I mean, and they crisscross all over the earth. California's got the big one called the San Andreas, and our big one is the Wasatch Fault. and that's kind of what formed the Rocky Mountains. So we're on the west side of the Rocky Mountain Range. But the New Madrid is over, I think, Missouri. I think it's in the Missouri River, or Mississippi. Not sure. Might be the Mississippi. Yeah. When you get married, everything's your fault if you're a guy. So just saying. That's what they ought to name. Becoming a husband is called. You just became a fault line. Just kidding. So, who has the Yellowstone update?
I'm back.
Mary Greenlee.
Okay, you give it to me.
I think I've seen that website. She just basically repeating what she sees off of the USGS, the United States Geological Society, their website, USGS, and that Mary Greenlee you're talking about, she just taking that and modifying what they say. But she did some cool stuff up at Yellowstone, and they set up a bunch of cameras to show all these new geysers that have erupted. And there's a lot of scientific geologists and stuff that are going over to Yellowstone and filming a lot of the changes that are taking place there. Something is definitely cranking up in Yellowstone.
Good boy. That's my good boy.
Yellowstone Cam. That's it. Old Faithful. Do you know the Old Faithful geyser? The reason it was called Old Faithful, why they named it that, is because it would erupt every hour. It's not so faithful anymore.
Nope.
A lot of things have changed. And
Yep.
in the wintertime, when you could see the steam coming out of the snow, you could see, they'll show you, there's people out there that'll point out which geysers are new geysers that just sprung up.
Yep.
In Yellowstone, one time, there's a river that goes out of the east of Yellowstone. It's the Yellowstone River.
Well,
and it goes down, it flows down into Cody, Wyoming. It's Yellowstone River's, it's actually on the Continental Divide, so part of it flows to the west toward the Pacific, and the other part goes toward the Atlantic, because that's what the Continental Divide means.
Well,
so,
yeah, but the Continental Divide is right down the middle of the country. It's called the New Madrid Fault Line.
No, it's not. That's not the New Madrid.
New Madrid Fault Line is the middle. It's the crack in the middle of our plate.
That's in Mississippi, I think. I think that might be the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
Tell me, Bubba, is it the Mississippi? Is that where the New Madrid goes?
Yep, right along the Mississippi River.
Bubba ought to know. Anyway, so the only thing I know is that what I was going to say is there was a time when this poisonous gas came out of Yellowstone Lake, and all the water flowing toward the east for about 100 miles down the river killed off all the fish, and the water turned all these weird colors
Yeah.
because of these gases. So, and this is, I mean, just recent. So they and even the Indians couldn't ever remember it happening on that river. They don't have any. These are new events that have taken place. So anybody that says Yellowstone is just going through cycles or whatever, they're kind of cracked.
Yeah, you know that it's actually moved. I think what is it now? 28 feet in elevation over the last 10 years.
Yeah, because there's bulges under the lake.
The floor of the caldera has risen 28 feet in the last 10 years.
The caldera is the lake.
Yes.
But that's just like kind of like the bullseye of the caldera.
No,
that's
we're
all
talking about the whole damn caldera.
The caldera, the bullseye of the caldera is Yellowstone Lake, but it goes out about 500 miles in diameter. The caldera does.
Yeah, it touches all 3 states.
Yeah, it's going to be a humdinger.
Right. But the caldera, the complete caldera, averages about 28 feet increase in elevation in the last 10 years. That's more movement than they expected in 100 years.
Yeah, volcanoes are not earthquakes, but a lot of times when volcanoes erupt, there's every time they erupt, there's earthquakes.
Yep.
So,
yes, sir.
Pressure under the earth.
Yep, that's what it is.
The mountains are going to melt.
Melting mountains. And the mountains shall move from their places, and rivers shall spring from where there was none.
Hot magma.
Lakes and ponds will appear instantaneously.
Nope.
Yep. And the earthquake shall move so much that none can stand on it.
Yeah, and Krakatoa's been kind of going nuts too.
You think it hurts when you fall and hit the ground? Wait till the ground bounces up and smacks your ass.
Well, it does that to Danny DeVito all the time.
Well, that's because he's so fucking short.
That's why he sued the city of New York for making the sidewalks too close to his butt.
Yeah, volcanoes are not earthquakes. They can cause some movement, but yeah, they're not earthquakes. Now we've got a volcano here, but it's a sand volcano. Last time it erupted, it covered the like for 100 square miles all around it, giving adjustment for wind drift, obviously. But it covered this area in about 3 feet of sand.
Think of the mountains, for example, the Rocky Mountains. Think of them as a big wrinkle on the tectonic plates.
Yep.
You've got pressure pushing from the Atlantic, pushing towards the Pacific, and it's pushing the landmass. And the Pacific is so big that there's a lot of resistance. And all these tectonic plates, they have a lubricant underneath them.
It's called oil.
And it's called oil. And so the magma is as it melts the carbon strata underneath the earth, it melts all the rocks and everything and makes this magma. It builds a layer of carbon above the magma. And the carbon is what your oil, and then fossilized oil is called carbon or charcoal or coal. That's kind of how that works. So the earth is always making its own oil, and it's always acts as a lubricant for slippage for the tectonic plates. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you can look at a globe and it looks like a big old jigsaw puzzle.
I forget who I was talking to. I was talking to somebody today, and I was like, I think they said something about fossil fuels, and we were talking about oil and stuff like that, and I was like, they don't. Those wells don't completely dry up. He goes, "What?" I says, no. You'll see them sitting idle. They're filling back up.
Yeah, that's right. It's not dinosaurs. I guarantee it's not going to run out.
What is mysterious, though, is the amount of earthquakes in Oklahoma. What the fuck that's all about, other than maybe possibly their fracking situation stuff? I don't know, maybe.
There's been a slurry of earthquakes for the past 10 years in Oklahoma.
I know. I know. I got friends down there right about where they're at, where they hit. And just south of that anyway. And they're preppers. But she's like, we moved here because it was like the only thing we had to worry about were tornadoes. And now we got earthquakes. She's like, this sucks.
Well, I mean, it is in the Bible. There would be earthquakes in diverse places, and it's happening. And right now, Africa has got one of the worst locust plagues ever in ever recorded history.
And that's what they kept saying. Yeah, I heard about that.
And they're trying to stop it, but it's spread up into Somalia and Sudan, and it's moving north.
Right.
I think a lot of the earth is going to say goodnight because the whole atmosphere, if Yellowstone goes off, the atmosphere of the entire earth, I think, is just going to be this layer of ash. I mean, if Yellowstone goes off, it's going to make Mount St. Helens look like a pimple.
Right.
Because I actually flew to the Middle East the year that Mount St. Helens went off. I actually flew across the Atlantic. We had to fly above the ash cloud to keep the engines from clogging up. Across the Atlantic, you could see the ash cloud below all the way into Italy.
Right.
Flew into Rome. I flew into Rome, and then back up, and then into the Middle East from Rome. And I saw the ash cloud. Now, if Mount St. Helens did that, imagine how much more it would be if and you could tell. I mean, the sky had this like reddish color to it. You'd see the sun would just be kind of reddish color.
Right.
Just imagine if that had happened, if Yellowstone goes off, I think you're going to go into the dark night. I think it's just going to turn the whole world like darkness. And then there will be famine, and there may even have an ice age out of it.
All right. Here we go. And that, and this, and that. I don't think it's going to be so much like that.
The mini ice ages that we've had were during years of volcanism, when there was volcanic activity going on.
Yeah, now here's the all worldwide. Now, there's been 3,030 earthquakes in the last 7 days. I've got it set for 7 days, all magnitudes U.S. And So these are all the earthquakes we've had in the last 7 days on the planet. 3,030. Oops, hold on a second. Who's there? There it is. Hey, Kung Fu Slayer. Hey, what's up, bro? But yeah, that's the earthquakes. Now we've had some big ones coming off in the area of Yellowstone.
I can't see the color code legend.
Red is within the last hour.
Oh, okay.
Orange is within the last 24 hours. Yellow is within the last 7 days. The size determines the strength. So the bigger the circle, like this red one here, I click on it, and it pops up over here on the left-hand side, says it was a 2.7, 51 kilometers west-southwest of Challis, Idaho. And then
same area.
This one here, 4.1, 66 kilometers east of Cascade, Idaho. A depth of 10 kilometers here.
That's today?
Yeah, within the last 24 hours.
So that's the same place that the earthquake back when we had ours, that Challis, Idaho, that one went off in the similar time frame as ours. Actually, what's that in
Salt Lake, 1.1, Magna, Utah.
Is that today?
Yeah. It's just a 1.1. Probably didn't even feel it.
That's the same one.
There's a 2.4 in Green River, Wyoming.
The Magna one, what was the magnitude of it? I can't read it. It's too small for me.
Magnitude 2.4. The one at Rock River or Green River, Wyoming.
That is an oil area. Green River, Wyoming there's oil fields out there.
Okay, there's several little smaller ones here in Salt Lake City. They're all like 1.3.
Oh, okay. They're aftershocks.
1. Yeah, this one is a 0.1. I can't even believe that's even there. There's a 1.0.
You won't even feel them.
Right, but they're all interesting enough. They're right next to the city. Look at that.
Yeah, polygamy tunnels.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, you didn't hear about the polygamy tunnels?
Yeah, but I didn't know that's where they are.
That's where they are.
You know what that is? You know what that is? That's the old salt mines.
Uh-huh. Well,
that's all the old salt mines.
That's actually out by the big copper mine.
Yeah. But you look at the lines of them. Look at the lines. Boom, 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 boom. There's another line here. There's another line here parallel to it, damn near.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you have your conglomeration, your transfer area. Then you got these other ones here. Yeah.
So why are they going off there, and why are they going off up there in Challis, Idaho? Think about it. All I could do is throw out, I could try to connect the dots, but I still won't get the full picture. See, look at that. Same thing. Same exact thing is what's going on here. Telling you, man, that's the polygamy tunnels. That's where, I don't even know if I should say it on the channel.
You think they're collapsing the tunnels?
There's some basically blasting through stuff. They're having to blast through because there's chambers. These tunnels go to chambers, and these chambers have these sealed doors. And then if you go to California, there's an area down by China Lake. See if you can find China Lake. You're going to see the exact same picture you're looking at right now, almost.
Where's that located?
Just go down. It's kind of like down. I don't know. Go to like you're going toward Bakersfield, California. It's down there. You might find China Lake. Now look at the earthquake cluster right there on on that mountain range. See it? All those orange ones right there on the mountain range. Zoom in right there. You're right smack in the middle. That's the China Lake thing. That's what they've been talking about. And look at the line. It's a line.
Yeah.
Line of quakes. Every one of those are quakes. They're chambers in there. I'm telling you, there's freaking human trafficking shit going on.
And get this, guys, we're on a map that would show us a fault line. I'll prove it.
These aren't on fault lines.
I know.
That's not on the San Andreas.
Right. These are fault lines, guys. I'll back out and show you. They don't have roads that go into the ocean. These are fault lines. That's not on a fault line. That's not on a fault line. And this is another area where they were talking about. I know that I got reports out of that they were right here.
Those ones right down near the border over there?
Children. They rescued 3,500 children out of this area right here.
See?
That area
That's
right
where I'm talking. That's China Lake. That's the China Lake. It's got a big underground base of some kind in there.
Yep, it's right on the border, on the California side of the border. That's right there.
Now, the San Diego ones, those are human trafficking and drug tunnels. This is the one that's doing the genetic experiments. According to that guy on Blessed to Teach, I don't remember what his name was. According to him, that's where I got the information from. The ones down there near San Diego, way down on the Mexican border.
Yeah,
that's where they traffic. Yeah, that's where they smuggle people up into the in and out of the Los Angeles area, and drugs.
Yep.
And then New Mexico has got some too. Might even be some in Arizona, but I know for sure New Mexico. You got some creepy stuff going on in White Sands, New Mexico.
And here's another interesting little piece.
Where?
Right here.
You probably got this up on full screen on your computer, and I'm just seeing a little.
This is Mount Rainier.
Thumbnail.
This is where Bear lives.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's green square right there. That's Bear lives, I think, over here. But
those are some of the tightest coronavirus quarantine restrictions right there in that state. They're enforcing it really heavily.
But it's just a whole line of it right up there. But yeah, interesting stuff. See that Ozark Plateau? Nothing. This is the New Madrid area, right there. Yeah, I'm up here, like right about there, somewhere in there. But yeah, you still there, Bill? Hey, Dennis, grab a link, man. Come on up. I knew Spock was up to something. Yeah, well, yeah, the Walmart tunnels. Nobody wants to talk about that. Yeah.
Sorry, I cut my phone off because I didn't want to share my bathroom experience with everybody.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But yeah, no shit, man. This amazing times we live in, guys.
Yeah, it's really going down.
We
There's
actually
even
get to see. We actually get to see this stuff happen.
there's some snapshots that I've seen in some there's some snapshots that they've showed of some of the uh, people that have been brought out of the tunnels,
Really?
and they they had never seen daylight in their lives.
Oh wow.
They've been under those in those tunnels their whole entire lives. They're being used for genetic experiments, cloning, all kinds of stuff, satanic rituals, pedophile stuff. All that is all going on down there.
Sicko shit.
So that's why they're so. It's really bad stuff. I mean, if it's all true, and it sure, man, there sure is a lot of evidence out there.
Underworld, baby. Underworld.
Yeah, who knew the underworld was really under the world?
Yep, and they've operated there for a long ass time.
Yeah, we were talking about the Walmart tunnels. The Walmart tunnels are the ones that we were just talking about under Kansas City that run through the state of Missouri, and the truck drivers go down there with their trucks and do deliveries, and you could even see the signs where it says this is their underground storage facilities. It's real. The Walmart tunnels, yeah, there are Sam's Club. I saw the signs. They have the signs right there. The driver was showing this with his camera phone. They had signs that said Kroger, it said Walmart, it said all these different names of these big corporations. They're all under there. It's a big underground storage facility. And then if you go to California, they have wine caves. And this is where they store all their wines. And Pelosi's probably got one herself. And it's where all the Democrats all gather and drink wine and act all snooty and talk about their dirty, dark secrets and their plan. They go into the wine caves. Absolutely. Yeah, and you can Google that and they will show you pictures of them.
This don't look like that.
I mean, that's something. Huh?
This don't look like this no more. This is all covered up now. It's all warehouse.
Yeah.
The trucks come in here and they drive in here.
Yep.
And that's just right there south of the JB Bridge.
Yeah, they probably load them up on barges and stuff too.
Yeah, you'll see barges. Yeah, they probably got them parked out here.
See, and they got the big rail yard there in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff comes in on rail. And, oh, by the way, there's a huge underground rail system, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's been there since the friggin' 30s.
Where they haul freight and they haul a lot of military stuff. A lot of these tanks that people were filming during the Obama years, these trains that were so farther than the eye could see of these trains with tanks and MRAPs and stuff on them. Nobody really knows where they were heading. Probably going into the underground railroad and stored in military underground bases. They just out of sight, out of mind. Imagine if there's people that work for the rail companies that know about them and where they go and everything.
Right.
They probably just think it's just benign.
Yeah, because they deal with it every day, and it's just, they're not allowed to talk about it anyway.
When you go up into Colorado and you go through that Eisenhower tunnel up there, see how long that freaking tunnel is. You know that tunneling underground is nothing. It's nothing. It's something they do every day. They showed one of the tunnel machines. They were saying every 15 minutes it can move another 6 feet. It's got big diamond cutters on it, and they have to do it in increments, because then what they do is they put it all in a water slurry, and then they ship it out on rail cars out of the tunnel or belts or whatever, and they move all the slurry out. They were showing these boxes being dumped, and they just use it for backfill or whatever. But it'll move 6 feet every 15 minutes. That's how fast they're building these tunnels. Yeah, there you go. There's one of them. That looks like an old style one.
Mm-hmm.
It's old technology. If they were doing it back then in these old photos, imagine what they're doing now.
Yeah. They wouldn't retire these things if they were still serviceable.
They got all kinds of new stuff. They're building tunnels like crazy.
Yeah, it's a whole production facility. As it moves through, it creates from the stuff it removes from the ground, it makes the walls of the tunnel.
I don't think any of us have any idea what's under the ground.
Nope.
What's going on. Even apparently Finland and Norway and Sweden all have a tunnel system also. I saw pictures of that. The one in Helsinki.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the support structures at the rear of the TBM. This machine was used to excavate the main tunnel of the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Depository in Nevada.
But when all hell breaks loose, they got a protocol. They've got a protocol to preserve themselves.
Oh, yes, they do. That's how they attach themselves to the side of the tunnel to push the machine further.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that amazing?
Hell yeah.
And they could go through solid granite.
Mm-hmm.
They go right through. That's what Cheyenne Mountain is, solid granite.
Amazing stuff, man.
And the Eisenhower Tunnel is also solid granite.
Oh man, I'm getting really hungry.
You're getting hungry.
Yeah, I smell the food.
Uh-huh.
Got 20-minute drive.
Yeah, there's the height. There's the person in the picture here. That's how tall versus the machine.
Yeah.
You're not gonna work.
I just, and the ones we're talking about under Kansas City and they go through Missouri, they actually have underground reservoirs they built too. Water reservoirs.
Yeah.
So they've got water storage and everything down there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's wild. And they also have I watched a documentary on these tunnel machines, and they have really sophisticated equipment that keeps them on a straight trajectory, so they'll run it at exactly the elevation they want it. So there's no way of really telling if you're going up or down, you know,
Right.
except for this equipment that they've got on there, this computers. It tells them whether they're on level or not, you know, or whether they're on an incline or whatever.
It's like flying by wire. Yeah.
I guess that.
Say what?
What was that?
It's on the boring machines.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking.
All right, Dennis. Take care. Thanks for coming by, bro.
I gotta find someplace to get some solder.
Good night, Dennis.
The only places that might have solder.
Solder?
Yeah.
Walmart.
Harbor Freight.
Yeah, anywhere with a hardware store.
Oh yeah, Harbor Freight. That's where I bought one recently, but I can't find it.
I know, ain't that the case?
I thought it would be sitting
Well, the
with
prices
the
you-
solder iron, but it wasn't.
Dude, I found so much solder. I've been opening up boxes from 2 moves ago.
Yeah, I got 2 containers of solder, but they're both almost empty, and I've got one that's full. And that one I can't find it.
Right. I can't find the damn Dremel. I got like hundreds. I probably got $200 worth of pieces and cutoffs and all kinds of shit.
Circuit board, I got 1 IC chip, 3 round capacitors, and 4 flat ones, and 5 resistors.
Hey,
Plug socket, and 3 potentiometers to put on it.
battery. Where you can go look for solder is AutoZone.
AutoZone? Really?
Sure.
AutoZone or O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, they'll have.
Yeah. Yep, they have it there.
That's good to know. I never would have thought to look there.
I've even bought soldering gun from AutoZone
Oh, that,
and
yeah.
continuity testers.
Yeah,
You can pull
got
a soldering gun with a very fine tip.
You can even get a multimeter there.
My father has a Weller solder gun. That thing, it heats up fast.
hmm Yeah, I've got one with a sensor
And Home
that
Depot.
tells you when it's up to temp, and you can adjust the temperature degree by degree.
His from cold to instant full hot. It doesn't have a temperature setting on it.
Yeah. Well,
Even Home,
And it doesn't
Home
have
Depot will have solder.
won't work for me. And I have a butane solder gun, a solder iron. Some part doesn't work so good.
right. I've had some of those battery operated ones work really well. Little handheld electronics. They run on batteries.
I've never seen a battery operated one yet.
They worked really good. I mean, it really did perfect. You know.
I just ordered a whole bunch more free stuff from Wish.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I'm buying
They
all
got-
kinds of electronic kits.
Oh, really?
You know what else I like?
But you have to pay
A
shipping
little
on all
pencil
this.
torch.
$2 to $5.
Yeah, a piece. Yeah, but it's all cheesy, stupid stuff. I'm telling you.
Yeah, pretty much. I saw one it's
But-
a clock. Like, maybe.
It's like going to Dollar Tree for electronics. You know what I'm saying? It's really kind of weird.
Hey, you probably find solder at the Dollar Tree.
Hey, you know what? I got these off of that for like $12, man.
Solar charger? Where?
Yeah, off of Wish.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got
for
one
like-
somewhere.
I got two of them. I had three of them. I gave one to my nephew, but the solar doesn't work on one of them.
There's one major problem with those. You
Oh.
have to have it in the sun for days to get a full charge.
To get a full charge on it, right? But these have some serious badass battery in them too. So I charge these up, and I can run my my speaker. I got this unit here, the Bose color
I've seen
link,
phones.
the
I've
Bose
seen
color
phones
link.
with 8,000 milliamps. So it should be able to make some pretty good charges out of cell phone batteries.
Well, these here are supposed to be like 80 amp, 80 amp storage.
Okay.
Yeah, supposedly.
Wait a minute. 80 amp charging or
800,000 milliamps, yeah. Supposedly, but
speed of
They
the
do.
current?
hey, they will charge my badass phone, my big smartphone. It'll charge my smartphone up
You're
completely.
talking about the milliamp hours, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 800,000 or some crazy shit like 300,000
that's
or
not fun. They tacked on a few zeros.
maybe so. But it does do a good job. And it will, if you keep it in the sun, it'll keep that speaker running all day long.
I bought some ultra fires. Supposed to be 3,000 milliamp hours. I get 21. 2,100 milliamp.
Oh yeah.
But they're consistent. All four of them are the same.
Yeah. Next rainy day, I'm gonna start tearing apart all these motion activated lights I got because none of them are working. So
My neighbor had these security lights that are solar, and he replaced his old one with a new one. But the old one, solar panel's still there. And I asked him, "You want that?" They said, "Yeah, you can have it." So I got me another solar panel.
right. Well, all these got solar panels on them, and the cob lights we know they're good. Okay, and the batteries are even good. What's happening is the sensors and the boards are going out on these things because they're cheap and they're just really.
Talking about ones you put up on the fence.
Huh?
You talking about those lights you put up on the fence?
Yeah.
There's an
Yeah.
echo.
Hold on a second. I'll go get one.
What is it? You got an echo.
Oh, okay. It's probably because I shared the screen a minute ago. I'll restart. But see this? Yeah. I still got the screw in that one, but the panel's still good. You know, the light's still good. It's the sensor and maybe possibly the battery, but the circuitry is what goes out on these. So I'm thinking I can take these panels and these lights and even some of the batteries and put together.
You can test the
Huh? Say what?
You can test CMS.
Oh, yeah.
You probably has two batteries, right?
Just one. And it's an 18650.
So it won't have an EMS.
Yeah, it's just got one, and it is an 18650. And I've already pulled out a couple of them. This one doesn't have screws on the back, so I'll have to cut that. But I'll have to pop the back off of this one. Some of them got screws on the back that I can remove the rear cover. This one doesn't seem to have that. Maybe I can just snap it out of there. But now I'm going to tear these apart and salvage the pieces and try and put it together for try to put the panels together and double up batteries and set the lights and stuff and do some under cabinet stuff. But yeah.
You can probably find new sensors.
Yeah, I've got other lights that failed because of something else, probably batteries that have good circuitry on them. And I'll see if I'm using those. I got all I'm going to set together a bunch of, I've got alligator clips the other day and the small ones. I'm going to take and get a bunch of small ones wired up so I can make jumpers.
It's also wired on fish, alligator, and it's free.
Yeah, $3 shipping, you know.
That's worth it.
Yeah, some of the stuff is kind of cool, but that's where I got these. Actually, you hear me? Yeah, these are 48 cobs. When you go to look at it, these got 48 units in the cob, and 4 lines of 12. So I plan on using those. Huh? That's what I'm gonna try out. I'll be testing it out, see which ones got bad sensors, which ones don't, and see which ones got bad circuitry. The circuitry is not that difficult. In fact, I could probably jumper it, but we lose the timer. If we bypass the circuitry, we lose the timer, and which turns it on and off after it gets activated. But I really don't have a problem with it, you know.
I got a light on my driver, and it costs me.
Yeah, I got some bigger ones that are much better than these.
That's right.
Right. I'm going to be messing with those and see about changing it up, see if I can't put these bigger batteries in there.
Well, you can hook them in parallel.
Yeah.
That would change.
Well, that's the other thing. The ones that don't work, the housings that don't get salvaged, I can always cut the battery holder out of them and glue them into another one, so I can set them up in parallel.
And you can have them on at night.
Right, and stay on. Yeah, just use the daylight activator. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. Get some of them like that.
Okay. I am almost home. And I'm going to take food in and eat dinner. And maybe I get back in bed.
There you go. Now I got to rig up a racking system and a holding system.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the other thing I want to do with the. I've seen some really neat ones they did with the metal rods and the alligator clips.
Okay. I got to get off now.
All right, talk to you later. Buffalo Bill, Dennis, come on up here. I'll throw up a link. Oops, that's not the one. Hold on. Oh man, that was a big link too. All right, wrong link. There you go. Come on up. 30 to 40 mile an hour winds this afternoon. Caught a 5-pound bass today. Oh, that's cool. Dennis. Oh, Dennis had to go to bed. All right. Guys. Dream well, Patriot. You bet. Buffalo Bill, where'd you go? Come back up. And where's Canoes? Oh, you know what? Perfect time for fire in the bowl. Absolutely. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. If I can find my utensils. Let's see here. Ooh. You know what? Ah, never mind. Ah, never far away. Fire in the bowl. Hey, there's Bill. What's up, buddy?
Any better?
Lots better.
I got an echo.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me refresh. It's probably from me. I told you it's probably from me. Hold on. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope. I still got an echo.
You still got an echo?
Oh, I think it went away.
Okay.
Oh,
Just
okay. It's fine now. All better.
No, but dude, like I said, you can build anything you want, man. You got wood, you got screws, you got a drill. You can build anything you want.
Yep. I know what I'm going to build.
What?
I'm going to be building something to go in my living room, actually, for to hold my amplifier and some other stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
My guitar amp.
Oh, a cabinet for it or something?
Yeah, it's going to have the stereo and the guitar amp and everything all in the same unit.
There you go.
Yep, I need to. I might help me get rid of some clutter.
Yep.
I need to build shelving. Because I got stuff stacked in milk crates. Makes life a little too complicated.
What are you eating?
Oh, cheese and caramel mix popcorn.
There you go.
Yep. From Costco. But you'll be growing your own corn up there, probably.
No, this is one thing I'm not going to grow.
Corn doesn't grow up there?
No, it does, but I'm not a big corn eater. I mean, I'll trade for some or something like that, but it just takes too much land to grow too little corn.
I agree. Yeah, that's what gets me too. I don't know if you noticed it, but going across Kansas, it was always known as the wheat state, right? Now it's not. It's the corn state.
Well, Nebraska was the corn huskers and the corn.
Everybody's growing corn now because it's the big cash crop because they use it for ethanol.
Right, corn and soybeans. Yep. Yep. Familiar.
I don't know why soy.
Well, they use it in everything from lotions to food.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Soy oil. Yeah. Well, they take the proteins out of it too, I guess.
Right. Yeah, like soy milk and everything else. It's all poison GMO shit.
Maybe they're selling it to the Asians.
That's exactly who they're selling it to. China.
Mm-hmm. That country loves soy.
They love anything they can get to feed their people.
Yeah.
They buy the shit out of those carp, the invasive carp that are taking over the Mississippi and the Illinois River.
Oh, yeah, the silver carp.
Yeah, they want them all. Yeah, see those guys going down with backstops on the back of their boats catching these fish. They got backstops like at a baseball field kind of net thing on hanging off the back of their boat. They tow around with their boat.
We got a lake over here. It was full of carp, but it wasn't the Asian carp. It was actually, I think it was a European variety.
Right.
The settlers. Huh?
Well, they all they got to do is run up the river with that damn net on the back of their boat. That's all the fishing they got to do. They just got to drive up there, make as much noise as possible with as much interference with the water as possible, and those fish fly out of the water and into the nets.
Yeah.
They'll fill up those nets and then they'll take off because they just keep coming.
Well, they're selling it for fertilizer.
No, they're packing it freezing it and shipping it back to
Yeah.
China.
No, over here, they're selling it. They're taking all the carp. They're catching them. They're using drag nets and stuff, and catching them and selling them to a fertilizer factory.
Oh, well, good. There you go. There's another use for them. They were filling up Walmart planes that were coming over from China with all the product and stuff from Walmart, right? And that they'd freeze pack these fish and set them up for flights going back to China.
Yeah, but they really mess up our ecosystem.
Yeah, they do.
They're not good for the ecosystem in America. No carp are.
That's why I want to get my ponds and my lake set up, because once I get them set up, man, the conservation department here will stock them for me.
Oh yeah.
I just have to open them up one day a year to the public. And I don't even have to advertise it.
Yeah, I would probably just stock it myself if I was you.
Why?
I think you can. Well, you can call a local fishery that raises them.
Conservation department, they'll run it out for free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They'll stock it for free. All I got to do is open it up to the public one day a year.
Well, if you want to have the public come there.
And then I don't have to even advertise it. Okay.
Okay. Well, just
So
make
open
a
it up
day.
on Christmas Day. You know?
Yeah, snowy day.
Right. Christmas Day. It's open once a year on Christmas Day. You want to go fishing? Go for it.
Well, that's nice of them.
Yeah, I can fill it with all the rainbow trout and big and smallmouth bass, blue channel cat.
Yeah, depending on the water quality. If you got enough. If you got enough oxygen in the water, trout will do okay. But trout are really sensitive.
Okay. I may not have enough running water for them, maybe, but you know what? That's okay. I'll take bass and catfish all day long.
Yeah. If that's what you like.
Yeah, big and smallmouth bass and blue channel cat. Oh man, ain't no better eating than a blue channel cat.
Freaking catfish can live in a mud puddle.
Right. We can do the other fish up top. You know, like have what do they call them, perch and tilapia maybe. Because we're going to be using the tilapia. These are all fish I'm going to be using in the aquaponics too. So my breeding grounds are going to be in the greenhouse. The breeding tanks. Yeah. I'm going to be doing breeding tanks. Well, I'm going to be breeding these fish in the greenhouse. And the plants are going to be the benefactors of that operation. So, yeah.
I'd fill them up with bluegill. That's what I would do. I love bluegill.
We got about 3 1 acre ponds. Acre or better. Yeah, I'm saying ponds. And then we're going to have about an 8. That's right. About 8 to 10 acre lake down in the valley.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Or crappie.
No, I'm not into crappie.
No? Sure is a lot of meat on a crappie for such a little fish.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking perch or um, some of the other fish. I'll take a look and see what they got, what they suggest.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't even know what kind of fish would really do well, but I have an idea. I would
Well, we
think
got
crappie and
everything.
bluegill would love it up there.
We
And
got
bass.
everything here. We got bass, trout, cat. We got all the good fish, all the eating fish.
The only thing I'm not a really big fan of catfish, of putting them in a pond, is you wind up getting a lot of algae.
Really? That's what you got ducks for.
Oh, ducks. I don't know. Ducks seem to love algae.
Yeah. Yeah, all that water growth and stuff like that. They eat all that.
Yeah.
So you get
And then
ducks. So you deal with ducks.
and you get all that algae poop and stuff all over the rocks and everything around the pond. duck poop.
Well,
It's okay. It's good for the environment.
right.
No, it's fertilizer.
Yeah.
Probably might make the area more clean.
Well, I also want to do crawdads and
Now you're talking.
frogs. Crawdads and frogs, bullfrogs, Louisiana frog, bullfrogs.
I would definitely do it. I'd probably even get some aquatic plants in there too, like lily pads or something.
We do all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, we got 3 ponds going in. We're going to be able to do all that stuff. I'm looking at building bat houses and owl houses, and managing them and utilizing them around the property. I'm looking at building a couple snow owl nests so that I can get some snow owls to rooster because they do come down here in the winter.
See, now the lakes, in my opinion, this is just my opinion because you got your own idea, but the lakes would be could also be strategically placed so you wouldn't get intruders on your property.
Of course.
You know, use them like a natural barrier.
Yeah. Yeah. Way ahead of you, brother. Way ahead of you.
Oh, okay. So you're cutting off, certain areas where people could enter on your property. They'd have to go around the lake to get on your property.
Yeah. Well, even if they want to cut over from somebody else's property, they're going to have to go through the barriers.
Right.
You know, those barrier walls I was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be planting, we'll be planting big time all along the property line. Hey,
You
Jack.
must have some.
How you doing?
Hey, Jack.
How you doing?
Good.
Kicking ass and taking names.
Glad you're back.
Yeah, I just had to go into town. Picked up. I was a little bit longer. One of the blokes in there has been experimenting doing his own Wagyu beef. Put off an animal last week and it was hanging, so I just went in and saw him when I heard about it. So I picked up a couple of steaks. So beautifully marbled. It's what you'd call an eye fillet, but yeah, the marbling on this is made as good as anything you see in Japan.
Wow.
So yeah, I've got
Uncle Bubba.
3 of them sitting up in the fridge at the moment. 3 steaks, 2.5 pound.
Oh, wow.
See how dark that's getting now?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Almost looking like a cognac.
Yeah, it's getting that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the alcohol content's starting to creep up again too. There was must have been a little bit unrefined sugar or something there. So I just got to watch it just in case I get fungus on it.
Right.
Oh,
Just light it up. Just
all the
light
people
it
making
up.
brews, you should get rid of all your sugar before you distill. And,
Yeah.
so,
I was
and
just gonna say, all you gotta do is light it up, though. Just
yeah,
light it
yeah.
up.
No, that's all the good alcohol's gone then. What do you think I'm making this shit for?
Oh, you just gotta light it up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Stick your finger in there like this morning. Oh yeah, stick your finger in and then light it up. If she burns and that, it's 60 proof or better.
Right.
So that's old school. It works.
There's the slamming. You remember you ever have a drink where you lit it on fire and then slammed it and drank it?
Yep. Death
Right.
charge.
You call them slammers.
Yeah. Oh, death charge is over here.
Yeah, death charges. Yeah.
You drown the flame in the beer though. And chuck it up. It's just dropping a double shot of vodka into burning vodka into a beer. It's got a lot.
My favorite was always the gas mask.
Mm.
Yeah, from the Broadway Club. They did a badass. They did a badass gas mask, and that was my drink there every time.
Do you
You know-
remember a drink called?
Go ahead.
Do you remember a drink called a brass monkey?
Oh yeah, yeah. Knock the balls off a brass monkey. Yeah. Shot of grenadine, vermouth. Yes, both sweet and dry. It was similar to a Bobby Burns. If you know what a Robert Burns is.
So
Robert Burns is run along the top shelf and a few down on the bottom shelf, and that all mixed in together. There's about 8 shots in a Bobby Burns.
yeah, there's some drinks you don't ever hear anybody order anymore, like
Yeah, flaming
brass
all get
monkey,
like screaming
Harvey
all
Wald.
Harvey Wallbangers, crikey.
Huh? I'm relegated to amaretto sours if I can drink one.
I thought a Harvey Wallbanger was that they did a DNA gene splice of Marilyn Monroe and that, and she came out. And one song was on the outside, and that and fucking heard about it, and yeah, that's what a Harvey Wallbanger is.
Well, fire in the vault. Yeah.
Oh shit, you caught me out. All right, give me a couple of minutes.
All right. You got it.
Wasn't there one called a Freddy Fuddpucker?
I don't know. They come up with drinks all the time.
How
They
about
come up-
Tom Collins?
There was a one called the Jack in the Box, and then when all the gays came out, there was one called Jack in Your Ass. That's true.
I don't know. My dad told me, he says, everywhere, for some reason, a lot of gay men seem to like that Canadian Mist whiskey. That's what my dad said. I'm not saying that. My dad said
I don't know. I had a taste of Canadian Mist. I didn't see anything worth raving about. It was sweeter. Sort of like one of those flavoured bourbons you get down there. Yeah. I don't call them raw liquors either.
Ew, flavored bourbon. Gross.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, chocolate. There was one there that was getting around. And then they mix up these bourbons and that with the things and that for the girls. And that raspberry jam and all that sort of stuff.
Have you ever had Windsor Canadian?
I don't know. I drank a shitload of fucking scotch when I was up there in Canada.
Windsor Canadian usually comes in a plastic bottle.
Like I said, I don't know. I got a sister up there, so I used to get up there fairly easily. When I trip over the states, I jump across the border. That's how I found out. Hey, you don't need a passport to go to Canada. Go to the right town, across the street, you're in Canada. It's true. Half a dozen
Yeah.
little towns along the border like that.
Yeah.
One end of the streets in the US, the other end of the streets in there, and there's sometimes a little sign, US border.
Now,
But,
believe it or not,
yeah,
you probably haven't seen it in stores because it was a rare thing. They used to have Smirnoff. It was a really good high end potato vodka.
they did bring it out for a thing, but they weren't making it. They weren't making it. That was they did a deal with the folks who make Starker, sorry, not Star, Starker vodka. The Stilitsny don't make vodka. They make sugar essence and flavour. Stilish is no, well, Stolly's vodka, but Smirnoff's not vodka.
When I was in Boy Scouts, I worked at the Smirnoff bottling plant in California to earn money so that I could go on the national jamboree.
Yeah.
Breaking glass. That was my job, breaking glass for recycling.
Yeah, get it down as small as possible, so it's more as compact as possible, and not paying for the transport and
Yep, and separate the clean glass from the labeled glass.
Yeah. All right, so you did that as well.
Yeah.
They don't see that they don't worry about that anymore, and they just fucking throw fly ash in when they're melting it down, and that and it slags all the paper out. The cellulose used to be a problem with that, but just throw fly ash in it. It's a very old trick when you're making glass. Throw ash in there because the ash will then ash out and come up as slag and drag out a lot of impurities with it because it's already been burned and all that sort of thing. So they learned that the fly ash and that was a little white ash on that wood stuff, and that was good. Making glass.
Speaking of fly ash, that was one of the ingredients they were doing in their high altitude atmospheric injection project, their spraying project.
Yep.
Was fly ash.
Stopped and took video of the sky today. There wasn't a single line or a cloud to be seen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not here now.
Shitload this morning. I got up early to watch the meteor shower. That was fun. I'm fucking sure there was one that was, man, it looked like it was coming straight for us. You know how they go sideways and streak this way? It just got bigger and bigger and bigger because it didn't move in the sky. And thinking, this thing's fucking heading right for me. And then when it blinked out, it flashed above us. And it must have been 30 miles away. But it was that high up for so long coming straight at us. So if it's hit somewhere, it's hit about 30 miles away. But for the longest time, I thought it was coming straight at me.
Yeah, I mean, they were crisscrossing our skies over here, last year. Now there's none.
I set the camera up this morning from 4 o'clock to take one frame every 30 seconds and then the battery ran flat. But hey, I got a great bit just up until almost dawn, and they were going from all different directions. After I saw that big one heading straight towards us, so the first 2 minutes it seemed like I missed. There was two part components to the shower, and I set up after the thing. So the first half the video that I made, it's not actually the video, it's a whole pile of still shots.
So they're still spraying you over there, huh?
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, well, once Trump shut them down over in the US, and they had to move elsewhere. They fly from Canada over the US now and land in Mexico.
Unbelievable.
Yep. And nothing in the nothing in the papers. Nothing. No, journalism is not about journalism anymore. It's about agendas.
No agendas. Yeah.
I do like Sky News, though.
Sky News Australia. Those independent you can get. Because I even
brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
I did subscribe to Sky News. I've been watching them every day now.
I'm not too sure if I'm still allowed.
Well, if you watch any of their videos, you'll probably see some of my comments in the comment section.
Cool.
Wow. I just, dude, this is so much shit to get done around here. I've been doing and doing and doing, and it's making a difference a little bit every day on all these different projects, and some of them are starting to get done. And I'm like, it's just so much.
I got to admit, I don't watch everything that News puts out there because some of them don't really pertain to anything I'm interested in. But there are a real lot that are.
Yeah, the
do
the
put things.
UN investigation at the moment into who and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
big
been
time.
because you got one. Well, if you remember, the head of the biological weapons program when Iran was running around, and that was an Australian. And if you look at his
Yeah.
one of his reminders, you'll see yours truly. And that he's still running around today, fucking doing inspections. They're applying to get him into China, and China saying no. If he comes here, we'll arrest him. Why is that? He's an international inspector, certified by the UN. Fucking next day, the UN disowned him. He's been head of the biological weapons fucking inspector of the UN's weapons control program for 20 something years. I trained with him. I'm NBC qualified, nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. So the guy's not a mug, and like he chopped through Saddam's stuff, all that sort of thing. When they all came out with the bullshit story about the mobile factories, he turned around and he got dumped then, and that because he wasn't carrying on with Bush's story. Well, it wasn't Bush's story; it was fucking Cheney and co. And all that sort of thing. He said, "Look, we know what they got. We know where it is, and we know where what's not here, and that's gone to Syria. Simple as that."
Right.
And the Syrians said, "Yeah, we've got it," and that come across in it, and so he just went across there and put 800 pounds of lime into everything. All the storage tanks, 800 pounds of lime, fucked everything. You do not have a biological weapon anymore. You get a whole pile of smelly dead stuff. How quick lime is?
What's that?
Quick lime.
Yeah.
And that just the same as what you put in. You got a pit toilet. You put a shovel, a scoop of that down it every now and again. It eats all the poop and all the stuff. Lime, it creates an acid and dissolves it there.
Yeah.
And flesh and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. You put lime into a biological warfare container and all that, because that's organic material. You put lime in it.
So well, we
kills it.
We use lime for concrete also.
Yeah.
Mostly when we're pouring concrete when there's a danger of cold, frost.
Yes.
We'll put lime in it to get it to kick quicker.
Yep. Yeah, because it's exothermic, it creates more heat.
Yep.
And it's hotter, or not that it's hotter.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just makes it's harder. It's harder. Yeah. Lime will make it harder.
Yes. And that's how you get polished cement. So once you lay your cement down there, you get a handful of lime, you sprinkle it over the top, and then trowel that over smooth. And then you can polish your top layer of cement.
Yeah.
Yes, I got a mate who does terrazzo tiling, so that's how I know these things. Because I used to give him a hand. I'd finish work in the army and we'd work in people's houses up until maybe 10 o'clock at night. It's great.
Right.
Well, all his guys would knock off at 5, and we'd finish off at 4. We'd go home, get the girls settled down and all that sort of thing. Babysitter was there and go out and work. And then later on, I ended up becoming a bouncer. So more regular, better pay, all that sort of thing. But for a while, I was working installing tile floor and polishing concrete and all the other crappy fucking building jobs for these Mac mansions that go up.
Right.
Well, the chat sure is kind of quiet tonight.
Yeah, that sounds okay. Friday night, so that's Thursday here. I just got to write it down. I wrote it down to call you this morning, but it was 3:46 a.m. my time. And yeah, look, you got bugger all chance of getting me up before 4. I'll wake up myself and that come 4 and a little bit after. But yeah, I'll sleep through lines. So I missed out this morning, but Friday, no worries. Because I can, if you can give me a couple of days advance, we can sort it out. But yeah, this morning was a bit short notice. Knee feels the rain. Yeah, I got an ankle and a knee like that. And if I lay down, I don't think they can tell me which direction it's going to come from. People think I'm bullshitting, but I'm right more than I'm wrong. It's the game skill coffee cup 900 sparks. Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
whatever those things are.
Sparks.
It's just some stuff they do in the
Hello?
mixer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a trip. I didn't know they were still spraying down there in Australia.
Yeah, all around the world. It's only Trump that shut it down.
Right? US is the only place they're not.
Yeah, and it actually stopped before the coronavirus started. So I think that was the end of it. I think Trump did do it.
I
He
know
did shut
Trump.
it down.
I've seen the reports come back through.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was checking on that closely, and they were like confirmation sets are on the shutdown of programs, stuff like that. There was a place that I got a friend of mine keep tracking that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Well, I think that program was a lot more than just weather modification.
It had to do with it was just geoengineering. It's just part of the
Yeah.
geoengineering factor. Now, and some of it was intended for air, but most of it's intended for surface. Okay, blanket coverage, kind of thing.
Yeah, you can go across Africa and there's no chemtrails in Africa. The major portion of it.
Right.
No need to. Not enough people there to spray. They're spraying us. They were
they're putting
spraying us.
No, it's geoengineering. Not just we're just in the way. You hear me? Yeah, I'm sure they have some of it factored in for human effect, but I'm just telling you, it's geoengineering. They're trying to change the earth. They're terraforming it. If that makes sense to you.
It does make sense to me, and I just don't want to completely buy into a lot of the Q conspiracy theories.
It's the
Which
whole
I know.
agenda is to eliminate CO2, make it impossible.
Yep.
Okay, make it impossible for plants to grow, so they can control the food supply. Because they can't control the food supply. That's their strongest control over the people. You see where I'm coming from?
We used to be able to produce a lot more crops than what we can now.
Exactly.
Our water, because a lot of water in people's, in the metropolitan areas, if you're not on well water, has so much of that hydrofluoric acid, which is fluoride, that it actually will dry out your freaking grass.
Yeah,
It'll dry out your plants.
it'll burn your garden.
Yeah.
It'll burn your garden. I'm telling you. I know.
Real irrigation water or well water won't.
Nope.
It'll just flourish like crazy.
Yep.
So yeah, I know they've been adding the fluoride to the water and making the frogs gay.
Right. Where's Tanya when you need her? You know.
Yeah,
But but yeah, I was when I first started gardening. I set up all the hoses and all the sprinklers. I went and bought extra sprinklers so I didn't have to. All I had to do was walk around the yard and change valves. You know what I'm saying? And so the gardens were set up with sprinklers, the whole 9 yards, and I just had the whole thing plumbed out with hoses and switches. So,
yeah. Jim was saying weather warfare. That's true. I think it was partly weather warfare. It was all geoengineering, which I guess weather warfare is part of that also.
well, yeah, well, that came into when they realized they could change pressure zones with the harp. It works on pressure. It works on wavelength, and it can change the pressure in a region focused a focused region. Doesn't matter how big or small. It's all done with grounding effects. As far as
Yeah,
that part goes,
they were saying that there were so many people that were on Prozac that that's the reason why they were finding Prozac in the water supply. No, the Prozac you're talking about in the water supply is your freaking fluoride.
yep,
That is what it is.
hydrofluoric acid,
And it shows up when it'll tell you how your little meter there will probably tell you how much fluoride's in your water if
and hydrochloric sodium. Right, hydrochloric sodium.
yeah,
Yep.
sodium yeah, it's hydrosodium fluoride.
Yeah,
It's worded different
hydrochloride.
ways. Yeah. But yeah, or the other one they call it is hydrofluoric acid. It's the same thing. It's hydrofluoric is also a sodium fluoride, but
Right,
that's not the good fluoride. The good fluoride is not a hydro. It's not a hydro sodium fluoride. The good has no it doesn't
no
have the
sodium.
sodium
Yeah,
acid. Yeah, which would actually help your teeth and stuff, and it won't hurt wildlife or anything. But that's the reason
it's
why they
still
have to
not meant for
restock the fish.
ingestion. Still not meant for ingestion.
Yeah, and plus chlorine actually will harm fish and
Oh hell yeah!
aquatic life. So they've chlorinated our water. They put fluoride in it. They're putting these chemicals. They really don't give a shit about the environment.
No, they don't give a shit about us. Don't give a
There's a
shit
company out
about any
there.
of that.
They're saying the salt in the Great Salt Lake is being depleted because of the salt mining that they're doing.
Okay, sure.
Well, it's kind of important because there's a lot of there's a it's got a very unique ecosystem being at the altitude that it is and everything, and the density of the salt. It's a perfect habitat for brine shrimp and things like that. So, and it's a real sensitive ecosystem. There's fish up here that you'll find nowhere else in the world.
Right. Okay.
We have a kind of fish called rainfish. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
No, because it's only here. There's areas where when it rains, all of a sudden these fish appear. And then after it dries up, the fish are gone. The birds come and eat the fish, but these fish have already spawned. They're called I think it's called rainwater fish. And it's a type of fish that birds feed on in the salt marshes up here. So it's a very unique ecosystem that wildlife that's adapted and specialized in this environment. It's drying up. It's going to be bad. It's going to be losing that habitat. We have types of spiders that live here that can only be found here in the world. Several different types of insects. We can't find them anywhere in the world, not even in Israel. where like the Dead Sea is another sea that's very similar to this.
Right.
It's an inland salt sea. And then, yeah,
Wow.
and not the same altitude. Do you know we had a flamingo living up here?
Oh, really?
I kid you not. The brine shrimp, it is escaped from an aviary, and it just made a home on the Great Salt Lake, and his name was Floyd, Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd.
I'm not joking. This this flamingo would eat the brine shrimp, and then he'd migrate, and then he'd come back. One, and he's gone now. Floyd the flamingo is gone.
Right? That's crazy.
He was our only flamingo.
Only flamingo.
It's just a great brine shrimp habitat for a flamingo.
That's interesting. So, now, like I said, hey, I was thinking after I get this armored garden built, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be working on the mill. But the next garden, greenhouse situation I'm building is all going to be underground. I'm going to build, they call them paninis. I think it's called paninis. And
Yeah.
I know it doesn't sound right, but it's an underground garden that the Indians developed up north in Minnesota.
Huh.
The Indians up there, way up north, were using these greenhouses way back before, you know, um, before white man came to the continent. And they're actually underground greenhouses. Pretty cool shit. I started looking at some of the stuff on how did they survive up there, and that's what I
I,
found.
I knew a guy that bought one of those old missile silos just for a mushroom growing operation.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Perfect temperature. Everything was ideal for a mushroom thing. Dark, low light conditions. Some mushrooms do like sunlight though. Depends on what variety. Some like it dark. Some like sunlight.
Well, I've been thinking very hard about eventually putting together a mushroom cave. You know what I'm saying? Um, but then again,
Medicinal mushrooms.
huh?
Medicinal mushrooms.
No, they're just regular mushrooms,
Oh,
white caps,
oh.
portobellos, stuff like that.
Well, a lot of information on how to do that.
Yeah,
That's a really good food source. In fact, mushroom would replace meat.
good. Wouldn't want it to, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm definitely a fan of mushrooms. I love mushrooms.
Well, I'm just saying mushrooms have a lot of the same nutritional attributes as meat does.
Well, if you get the biology set up right for them, right, and you develop the uh, the under organism, because the mushroom is just a bloom, right? It is the flower of the biomass under the ground. You know that, right?
Yeah, I don't know all that stuff about mushrooms.
Okay. Well, it's the mushrooms are the flower of the organism that lives under the ground, and
Oh,
yeah, and it's forget what they call it, but
so they probably have some of the same components as a flower does, is what you're saying. Like
Well, no, it's the flowering process. So if you develop the bio in the ground properly, you can take a piece of that bio mass, that part of it, and transplant it to uh, wherever you want to put it. You know what I'm saying? And grow mushrooms wherever that is.
Oh,
Yeah, you can containerize it
yeah, I saw. Oh, this guy. I did try to learn about it,
because it'll
and
grow on its own. You separate a big
yeah,
enough portion, it'll stay alive and it'll propagate wherever space that it's allowed to. Okay,
this
by
guy
a
was
table.
growing them in bundles of sawdust.
Right. They do it in bundles of sawdust, or you can do a table. You know what I'm saying? You can do a table.
Well, you
And
got the material. You got a sawmill. You got the material for your sawdust right there.
sure, sure, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Now you have to purify it. You have to steam. You have to run it through a steam deal. So I will have to rig something up. But
Yeah,
but you have to sterilize the wood
yeah.
chips before you bag them up, or the mycelia won't develop.
Huh.
Yep.
What I would like to have is a big enough shop type of thing like what you've got for boat building. And you're talking about steam. Uh, I
Yeah.
need I need to be able to set up steam tables so I could bend the wood.
Yeah. I don't know. You don't
You
need
know.
steam tables. You don't need steam tables. That's not what you need. Yeah, I already know. I already know. I've been straightening wood for the last couple of years. Hardwood that are 3x4, 4x4. You
Well, I
know,
figured you could help me.
yeah. You just got to get them wet, get them hot, get them hot and wet, and then let them cool. Hot, and keep them wet, bend them, get them hot, keep them, let them dry, then you're done. You don't need, you can use a steam box. It's not necessarily a table. You don't have to develop a whole table for it. Just
No, he put them
build
in
it.
plastic bags. He put them in, had plastic running all the way down and ran the steam in it to bend the wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you said a table. I was like, steam table.
Well, they were like sawhorses or like a big long thing that he had set up because he was building ships, wooden ships,
Oh, okay. Okay.
You
Viking
mean,
ships.
you mean keel struts, not sawhorses, keel struts. So they're the structure either end, and then you bend your keel up to, and that's what supports it while you build the rest of your ship around it.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So
Well,
he'd use clamps.
Yeah,
You'd get it
and
in position. You'd
yeah, in
steam
the
it.
old days they used to get hides and all that sort of thing, and they'd put the steam into it, and they'd bow it and bow it and bow it. Actually, they used to look for branches that were in the old days, because then again the whole world was a forest. They went out and searched for branches, and the English did that right up until the 1600s. But they bent the planking and all that sort of stuff, and that to suit the curves and all that sort of thing, and steamed all of that. And there were massive pots of boiling water, big lead things that they had fires underneath, and they'd put the planks in the hot water and all that sort of thing, and then bend them more and more and more. There's some huge bending rigs out there.
yeah. Yeah.
Any tree that had two branches coming out, pretty well straight like that, one above the other, was turned into a bending. They chop the tree down, keep the branches, and put the 5 or 6 blokes and just bend all these planks. Gay Battery, how you doing? Heard a boat from maybe found the body of the kayaker. Well, they found the missing boat, I believe, but they haven't found the people yet. So let's hope so, because that lady looked awful distraught.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just not knowing, they find the boat, but they don't find the husband or the son. That's sad.
I'm curious to see the numbers of people dying worldwide before the pandemic and then the numbers after the pandemic or during the pandemic. I wonder if they would have changed even an iota.
Well, I find it funny that there's a big inquiry in the UK at the moment that somebody died in a car accident and they're putting them down as fucking COVID-19.
Right.
Yeah.
There's multiple cases where people have committed suicide.
Yeah, and they put it down to stress of the virus because of the stress of the virus. And the car accident was caused because they were rushing home because of the virus. But thankfully, they're not attributable viral deaths. But then again, shit, you can be so stupid nowadays you don't even know how to look into your own pants to find out what sex you are and get away with calling yourself anything.
Right.
And they were saying that the head of the WHO was there was a country where there was a terrible cholera outbreak, and that whole country was that all the people that had died were counted as dying from chronic diarrhea and not cholera.
Yep, because they didn't want to know that there was a cholera outbreak that the WHO missed. They covered up their own fuck ups yet again. And that guy,
the guy flew up his hell.
In charge of that operation too. And then
Sky News talked about it.
The Ebola fucking thing that he covered up there in Burkina Faso. 192 people dead in a little village out there. Thankfully, it didn't go further because the roads are bad out there. And everybody who died died on the road before they got to the next village. But the WHO went in there at first and said it wasn't Ebola, and this guy covered for the African doctors who made that assumption, and that was it. It was an assumption. They didn't do any testing. They just turned around, went in there, and said it's not Ebola. And where it spread into the next country, they actually took it with them. That doctor then spread the disease, and that's how they got in there. The Burkina Faso outbreak, though, was totally covered up. But it came from Burkina Faso, the outbreak into, I think it was Eritrea. No, not Eritrea. What's the next one? Burkina Faso, CAR, Central African Republic. So it went into there, and everybody started, and that made papers and all that. So you put the World Health Organization covered up there with lies and deception, all the fuck ups.
Unbelievable.
And we're playing with stuff that you can't. Only the truth will fucking save your ass, and even then it may not save your ass, but it's better to know the truth.
Amen, brother.
Like if you're going in and the people say, "Oh, there's no Ebola here," and that, and they know that there is, it's just going to make it worse. And that fuck tourism. Like if tourism and that tourist goes home to Europe, and all of a sudden there's 1 million dead from Ebola in fucking Europe. No one's ever going to go back to your fucking country ever again. So that's the end of your tourism.
Yeah.
And killed off all your potential customers too.
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do?
But like
you don't be
a lot
stupid.
A lot of the deaths on the coronavirus, they were people. I'm curious to see how many of the people that were pronounced dead by coronavirus, by this thing, how many of these people were actually tested for coronavirus to know that that's actually what they died of?
Yeah.
None of them. None of them. Not a single one was tested for coronavirus.
The thing is, and that have a look at the cruise ships, right here. You had 3,000 people on there. They're all testing positive for coronavirus antibodies. About 300 of them got sick, and so far 19 people died off that Ruby Princess. Mainly because they didn't get aid soon enough because they were playing fucking pedantic without quarantine. Right? So the quarantine actually slowed down getting them help and all that sort of stuff. Plus the fact that they wouldn't take them in the US and they sailed them all the way across the Pacific to Australia didn't help. Those people did not get the quality fucking health care that they needed when they needed it.
Right.
That's a mixture of policy and corporate fucking greed. Simple as that. And that's responsible. Whatever the disease it was, these people, they knew that these people were infected. And for 23 days, they fucked around. 23 days.
Yeah.
And now you got all the crew, they're all infected and they can't go home. So they're stuck, the poor bastards stuck on that fucking ship for the next fucking 2 months until they're all clear. That's ridiculous.
And what are the like the other stats like that may have symptoms similar to coronavirus that they're saying is coronavirus? For example,
Regular flu, and that same thing, and that 86,000 people died in the US last year from the standard flu. All right, no health alerts, no fucking shutdowns, no nothing. 86,000 people, mainly elderly, but a lot of young folks. That's why I keep on saying about I don't mind this COVID-19 because it's not killing babies like regular flu does. Seems to only attack older folks or folks with underlying conditions. Yes, there has been a baby that was died, and that must face it, and that the thing was something like about 4 month preemie. Anyway, and had major fucking dramas. Was way underweight.
We know that people the age of 78 are always contracting pneumonia.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm in the target risk group myself because I smoked for fucking 40 years.
Yeah.
And I believe it or not, I'm not 21 anymore.
Battery, have you seen the David Icke interview with Real London? He explains the science of what they're doing in the testing to a T.
I just bring up a link here from Eurocopter. Oh, the Dolphin. Yep. MH65. We've got them out here. They're Zoom. And if we scroll down to there, they got them in the Israel, the Air Force, Coast Guard. We've got them as a rescue helicopter over here for the Westpac, which is a bank. It's a sponsored surf life saving and pickup service. And the Royal Flying Doctor Service, I think we've got the little Italian ones. But the Westpac helicopters, that's what we've got there, the Dolphin. Nice little chopper. I actually had a ride in it one time on the way to the bushfires. They were going off there to pick somebody up and drop off first. Then we can help get the guy into the stretcher and all that sort of thing. And then they're going to take off. So it's all good. Yeah, that's 9 million US, so closer to 15 mil Australian. So all of that is a little bit above my pay grade.
Right.
Let's see what I got in here. What did you? Oh, I got a piece of. I got another piece. I got some pieces of pasta in my pocket.
I'm having visions of sausage gravy biscuit. And farms.com.
Yeah, well, I'm in the middle of making a mix, so I'm trying to get there. We're trying to get there. Where I went today to pick up this the beef, my mate's missus there, she's what they call rather well endowed, something like about a 68 inch bust or something like that. She's 5'3", and got a 38 inch waist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and like that's how I got the pasta in my pocket. She was making salad and picked up a handful of the thing and threw it at me. So I keep on making jokes about him. He said, when are you going to get a girl on that? It's got some real boobs. Needs a boob job, fucking all this sort of thing. She keeps on going, like, there's a photo of her in a school uniform and all that sort of thing. And it's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. It's the official high school graduation photo, and it looks like something out of one of those bloody sex club bloody costumes.
Right. Yeah, we had a girl named Missy Hauserman. Yeah, she had some. When she came down the hallway, well, she wasn't a really pretty girl, okay, as I remember. But boy, she had some big old boobies.
Well, see, my missus, and that was one of her big things. She lost her breast due to cancer and all that sort of thing. But they were, she really freaked out about all that. And she was, she was 42-inch plus, H cup size. So,
Right.
I must admit, I enjoyed it while I was there, and that. But after that, you're not going to throw the girl out.
Yeah, I can't really say anything because my ex had 40 double D.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, Sonia was 44H.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they were out there. Yeah, lying on a face, and that was face down, and that never got to lie on a face. Yeah, lying face down was. I had to get straight down, trying to. She'd make contact with the pillow about there.
There was some really unfortunate pictures I've seen. Some really backwood boys with some really big girls. It's like Jack Spratt could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean.
I remember them freakazoids and that what they call a polyamorous couple that everybody was pushing. There was one Sheila and fucking 5 fucking dweepy, geeky, freaky sort of blokes hanging off her. And all that sort of thing a few months ago, and everybody, she was pregnant at the time. The baby's now been born. The baby's now in hospital because one of the dads beat the crap out of the baby because while he was on babysitting duty, he wanted to sleep instead of babysit, and so he beat the crap out of the baby.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, broken arm, broken leg, fractured ribs.
Oh, my God.
Brain bleeds. It's a 5-week-old baby, so what chance did he have if you shake the fucking thing? And these are the people that they pushed on us for like 3 months as the future. These are the loving people. These are wonderful. We've got to be more accepting of these people, and this is the future. This is how it's going to be. Well, a bunch of freaks and that, where the only thing you can beat up around the place is a 5-week-old baby. Because he's not getting enough of a fair share. What do you expect? He's a cuck. They're all cucks. You got one Shirley, you got 4 blokes hanging on.
Right.
Yep.
It don't work that way. Men don't work that way. Shit, I don't want to reverse the situation either. I've seen that too. Blokes with fucking multiple Shirleys. Like that'd drive me up the wall. It's hard enough dealing with one. No, trying to keep one girlie happy, and that's a full-time job. You always got to worry about what they're misthinking, because they know that whatever you're thinking, they'll think you're thinking something totally different.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, there's a meme I used to push out there. Bloke and Sheila lying in bed, and the thought bubble up above the girl. She goes, I'm wondering that if, has one of my friends made a move on him and all that sort of thing. He's silent and contemplative, and that he's scratching his head after dinner and trying to figure things out. And what is it? And that, am I losing him and all that sort of thing? And the thought bubble over his head. He goes, trying to figure out where that fucking leak in the fucking garden tap's coming from.
Right.
Dig a trench the whole fucking backyard, and that, it's
Nah,
leaking out.
Don, you're right on time. It's never too late.
Not late at all, mate. And that, hey, look, I had a side trip down the bloody Horsham back by you. That's all good. All good.
Yeah, I gave your referral to a friend of mine. I told him to get a hold of you. Hopefully he did. Battery GRG Gerg. What are you doing, Bill?
Making a stew.
Making a stew. Stew in a mink?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna fire in the bowl.
Turkey wing stew.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah,
Jack.
That's getting now. It started off clear and that, and it was very pale yellow and that, and now
That's almost cognac. That's almost cognac right there.
yeah, we'll get there.
So you don't feel alone.
Yep.
Oh man, that kicks.
I got me dehydrated kiwis.
Dehydrated kiwis?
Yeah, I dehydrated a bunch of kiwis.
How's that work?
I don't imagine you will, Don. I don't imagine you will.
I gotta clean this freaking can opener.
All right.
Thought I had another can opener.
What I have in here are the 6 winning Australian craft beers. I got one of each, and all that sort of thing. So each year we have the best beer competition and all that sort of thing. This year is one of the winners of this year's thing.
Mountain Goat. Oh, where the hell is Canoes, man? That's
Yeah. And that's I got that one. Hawkesbury's Pale Ale on it from. Cricketers. Oh yeah, think like this. This is a double one. Pirate Life Brewery. That's a lot.
Any bison in there?
No. Bison did the American Bison beer. No, this is for Australian beer. Besides, I've tried the Bison. It's not that fun.
A German bison. Yeah.
And then to top it all off, Vale. I don't know if you can read down here.
No,
Knee a knee slapper.
a knee slapper.
So, and yeah, they're all. That one's 5%. That one's 4.5. Mountain Goats. 4.7. Yep. So, yeah. So when Canoes gets in,
Right.
so yeah, there's as part of that, there's a charity. So for $20, you don't know what you're going to get because you put your $20 in before they have the competition. But
Right.
they'll post you out a 6-pack of the top 6.
What you got to wonder is who's the judges.
It's all double blind judging.
Oh, really?
They don't know who they're voting for.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's one set of folks that pour it and then and number it, and they take it out and they walk away. And then you go up there and that, and then the judges walk in and that, and they try 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, and that's it. And then judge number 2 thinks 2A, 2B, and they don't know. That's how it's done. And the whole lot is filmed. There was a bit of scandal a few years ago because Lion Nathan, big British brewing company, and they come over here. They bought Foster's and they were starting to throw their weight around the place, and they started losing. You know what I mean? And so they started playing some not nice games and that, and start trying to influence judges and the whole lot. Don't even announce who the judges are. Judges are generally publicans. They own a pub. And that's about the only qualification, or they work in the industry. Restaurateur. One of the judges this year was a vintner. So he's a winemaker, but he knows beer.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
beer. Yeah, it's one of them basics of life.
Yeah.
Only problem when you get old and you drink enough. Crikey, if I was drinking enough beer to keep that alcohol level, I'd have to down a bloody tinny every bloody 15 minutes. Yeah, 4 cans an hour, 20 hours a day. Yeah, 30 cans a day. Well, it's not really. The beer's donated by the brewers, right? For the charity auction when they win. Part of the deal, if you win, you've got to be prepared to donate a couple of thousand cans. I think it's 2,400 cans, and that goes out, and the people pay the $20. That goes all out to there. That helps hospitals, kids' homes, elderly homes, all those sort of charities along those lines. So that's the side of it there. But 2,400 cans since Goat won. Goat Breweries, they've got 3 main brews, and the Mount Goat won this year. The original Goat beer won 2 years ago, and I know for about 6 months afterwards they were strapped for production because it's that big. People want to get Goat beer. It's a blue, silver, and orange striped can. They've got their own flag. Beer. Oh, fire. Sounds like ire. Yeah, no, we say things funny.
Well, you ain't the only ones. Yeah, I just did that. I just put like 3 words all in one. Yank.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
You ain't the only one.
Tainted. That's not it. Or tainted, and that ain't it. But yeah.
MR Dutch.
We grew up speaking like that out here, and I've had to refine that because going to school and getting in the army, I was always getting shit for it, especially in school, university. And
Yeah, did you see that one?
Are you really that much of a redneck? And I go, what do you mean? And to talk like that, I don't know.
Talk like what? What are you talking about? You remember when they did that big push to straighten out the English in the Briar Rabbit Patch book series? They wanted to
Right.
correct the writing. The author,
Mark Twain.
he was audibles rather than spelling.
That was Mark Twain.
Yeah,
I think
that
it
was
was.
that
Rabbit.
was shit. They wanted to change up Briar Rabbit books because because number one, supposedly like public uh, somehow demeaning black people, and then the writing thing because he wasn't using straight language. He was giving it a draw in the writing.
Yeah, that's the word police.
Yeah, I thought that was so stupid. I was like, wow.
I know they're trying to get rid of lot of the old stuff, and that they say you can't have that, you can't have this anymore.
Right.
It's offensive. It's that and the other. So that they're basically book burning.
Yeah.
Films, videos, music videos.
There's another word out. There's another redneck word out here. Nobody really realizes it's out there. It'll
It'll
bite your ass.
or it'll do, which means that's good.
Yeah, it'll do. Yeah,
It'll do. Yeah, over here we say it'll do.
it'll do.
It'll do.
Another one is yanked.
Is what?
Yanked.
Yanked.
Yeah,
No,
you ain't getting over there.
You are not.
That bridge is down.
Yanked.
You ain't getting out there.
Yeah, that's it. So call it never, because you never know.
Y'all
never
have to
know,
go.
You never come back.
I don't know. I think yanked is a word.
I know, right?
It's out here. Well, I understand it.
Right.
That's good enough. I haven't written a dictionary for myself, and that, but like, crikey, there's
There's another word, over.
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 Which there? Yon there or there
Over.
there? Yon there.
It means over there.
Yeah, but which there? Yon there or there there? There's where you're painting. Yon there's to the side. Now,
And then there's then yonder.
There. Yonder is straight ahead.
Yeah.
Yonder is straight ahead. Where you're looking is yonder. That's where you're. So, but you're talking to somebody else. There, or yonder.
Yeah, well,
you got to find out where.
We separated from the Queen a lot longer than you guys did.
Yeah. Like she's still up her asses.
Mom and him. Yeah. How'd your mom and him? Yeah.
But the thing of it is, no, we all come from the same culture.
Yeah. Well, LBJ said that a common people divided by similar people divided by a common language.
Right.
When he came over here, he was fucked. He didn't know it.
Now, I have a hard time telling a Kiwi apart from an Australian. My ear just doesn't. I would have to spend a little while listening to them before I could probably make it.
Kiwis are easy to pick. Listen to sounds like six, like sucks. Instead of six, SIX, they say sucks. So bloody nice to meet you, and like meet you. That meet and that swooping sort of double E.
Yeah, they speak more of a trash English too.
Welsh.
Yeah, that's what they. You know what I'm talking about. The street English. That's what they call it.
Big influence, and then you got the Maori influence.
Yeah, well, the Maoris don't speak any of that shit.
But everybody picks up the Maori accent over there, and that especially for a lot of words. Listen to how Kiwis say Aotearoa, which means the land along like cloud. They sound like Maoris.
Oh wow.
Words, especially the Maori words. They say it with a Maori inflection. But it's coming across choice. I say
Jack
choice,
has a
but they always choice. And then there's the funny thing is the biggest bloke you ever see. Like we're talking about someone about 6'7", probably around about 500 pounds. Tattoos up over half his face. The other face is clean, and then got his bike club emblem tattooed on his chest and front, standing there going, "What you doing, bloke?" Squeaky little voice coming out of this man mountain. Yeah, it's so hard not to crack up, and that's the last thing you want to fucking do.
Right.
Just walk up there, "Hey, Tony, how you doing?" You. I'm Marky's mate, the Aussie. "Oh, Joyce, it's all right. You go through, mate." That's the doorman on the clubhouse. Yeah, that's cool. I know, but he's got this faint little childlike voice. "George, that's right. You go on through." It's a fucking man mountain. It's the biggest bloke you've ever seen. But it's got this voice. Don't piss him off, though.
Right.
That's why he's on the front gate. He's there to take out police cars. Like a few of them.
But yeah, no shit.
some Australians pick up on some things that are unique to. And Jack, you do sometimes. You probably don't notice it. You do sound South African sometimes.
Yeah, well, I got a nickname, Jonty, and that, so I have an Afrikaner. Mennonites here, there's a lot of them that are Afrikaner descent. So Mennonite was a big thing in South Africa.
Boers.
Yeah,
Boers.
No, the parallel with the Boers. The Boers were a separate group. They were all Catholic. And they separated themselves. Now, there were Lutheran Boers as well, but they fought separate from the Catholics. The Catholic Boers didn't get on with anyone. The Lutheran Boers were a little bit, as I understand it, a little bit more accepting and all that sort of thing, but the Mennonites, they just didn't want to be involved with it and all that sort of shit, so they could come over and join us. And that was the second Mennonite landing here in Australia. So, yeah, I have a lot of South African inflections in my voice. Know a lot of South African words, all that sort of thing. So, easy to pick up. You know, I speak Afrikaans.
I do hear it.
Well, I speak Afrikaans when I'm speaking to the few other Mennonites that are around. They're from the second invasion and they're still alive and they're on phones. We talk Afrikaans.
Yeah, you don't sound like you're from Sydney.
No. But mind you, I do have a rather good Etonian accent. So when I was going to school, I was trying to get an education, because that's why I joined the army in the first place. So I got myself a scholarship, got over to Eden, and I got my ass kicked out, didn't I? Yes. So can't have your way with the mistresses. So, well, that's life. So I went to Oxford.
Man,
True story. I got kicked out of Eton for having an affair with the nurse. But I was an adult student, right? So it was a little bit different from the regular uni students and all that sort of stuff. Eton's a boys' school, but I had to finish form school to go to. I was hoping to go to Cambridge and do my studies there, and but I had to, because I only did fourth form here, which is year 10 or whatever you call it, junior high. So to qualify, I had to finish that sort of thing. And so I was doing Eton and all that sort of thing. So when I was over there the first week, just to do the stuff, I was going to do it all by correspondence. But I was doing some familiarisation. I ended up dating the school nurse. So, and then got kicked out of school and everybody found out 3 months later.
I knew somebody from Perth.
From Perth?
And she sounded kind of Irish a little bit. but it was weird. It was almost an Irish and a South African inflection.
Yeah.
So when she
Welsh.
you'd hear that little lift at the end of the sentence, like she's asking a question when she's making a statement.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Kiwis, listen to Jacinda Ardern. We're going to block all importation into New Zealand.
Time for pie. Pie is the answer, folks.
I thought that was 42.
Nah.
Yeah, I trust the mice.
Oh.
Oh,
Especially blueberry pie. And this is blueberry. So,
Tennessee just had an earthquake of 2.5. Well, I'm hoping everybody's okay in Tennessee. At 2.5, they should.
nah, wouldn't even feel that.
Over here, it should make people shit themselves.
depends on if it's in the mountains or not. Hold on a second. I'll take a look. Depends on if it's in the mountains or not.
Yeah, Don, I've got friends over there. I spent 10 years in Cambodia with hanging around with a bunch of Kiwis, Royal New Zealand Rifles, Soul Garden, their artillery and signals. So the Kiwis were our fire support and communications and all that sort of stuff. They had a little group of Royal New Zealand Rifles, and that's supposed to be there to do nothing but protect them. They came out with us on a regular basis because one of them actually got killed on one of the operations, and that's so we all got busted. But yeah, good soldiers. Love them to death. So yeah, and the Anzac sort of situation, yeah, all the diggers get together. I'm happy to work with the Kiwis anytime. Hard work. Go hard or go home, it's the same. And they go hard.
Yeah.
Southwest of Knoxville. It's out in the valley, nowhere near the hills.
Well, if you get over to Melbourne, that's only like 4.5 hours from me. I can come down and say good day. I have little friends in Melbourne. They can loan me an apartment there. I took Tracy, stayed with us there before. It's on the top floor of the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott only goes up except for the top 2 floors. They're private penthouses. So we borrow that one occasionally. And yeah, if you want to come to Melbourne and all that sort of, yeah, you come down. We'll do Chinatown, eh? I have friends in Chinatown too. They'll find you a friend for the evening. China, Hiya, Mama. Yes, I'm a bird man. I know what all that means.
What are you trying to say there, mate?
I'm saying very fresh young girls. Just see house mother.
You know, like fried rice. You know, like fried rice.
Right.
Fried rice.
$20. I give you fried rice.
Well, Don, yeah, bringing animals out here because you've got rabies over there and we don't have rabies here. And there's a couple of dog diseases over there that you got that we don't have over here as well. And thank you for respecting that because that other idiot there, Johnny Depp, and his bimbo girlfriend smuggled in 2 dogs. And now there's been an outbreak of some weird-ass flea-borne thing that's never been seen in Australia before.
Yeah.
Apparently it's common.
$5 all night.
Well, I don't know what
Time to get back on the board, boys.
You have to see Mama San, but yeah, I can introduce you to Mama San.
Those poor guys, some of those poor guys go off with some of those girls, and they come back with stories you ain't never heard. That wasn't the girl. That was he was just a wrangler.
See, we had this British Marine Sergeant Major hanging around with us, ex-Royal Marine Commander. Got tossed down in the ranks. I don't know what for, but yeah, quite believe it. Anything. So anyway, he picks up an obvious shim. You know what a shim is, don't you? It's a bloke dressed up as a girl. It's got boobs, but yeah, it's got everything else downstairs. And normally what they do is they get upstairs, you pay they give the money to the handler, and then you go upstairs with and you find out bloke here, and that's the end of it, and the bloke storms off, thinks he's been ripped. No, he's hold it over and give it to him. Screaming could be heard 3 streets away. Comes back downstairs and like, MPs are running around left, right, and centre. What's the go? What's the go? What's the go? They're all rushing upstairs. So he's just sitting down next to me in the boat. So she says, it's just another one of them shims. He says, oh no, I just rolled over and give it to him. He wasn't fussy. Yeah. I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to go the same way myself. Go weird on us. Or everybody else at my age seems to be doing it. We've got another mate announced that he's going to buy himself a 44-foot catamaran. I know the style he's talking about, but it's made here in Australia. And he's going to sail around the world. And sell everything up and just go. And his missus said, no, we're not going. He says, well, I'm just selling up anyway, and we do what you like. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Okay, you're not going? Fine. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I can understand that, but like, because they both work for that place. She worked for years. She actually worked at the Revlon factories in Australia.
Mm.
And so he was overseas and all that sort of stuff. Probably wasn't the best husband of Sheila Bachu. He's a good bloke, but he liked playing up with a lot of his income would go to bars and all that sort of stuff. Poker machines, playing cards. And he wants to sell the place up and don't take half. Because she's probably put more than bloody half in. And buy a boat and fuck off. Well, I can understand wanting to buy a boat and fucking off. Do this with what you're worth for. And he's already spent what he's worth for.
Right.
Pubs, playing cards, having good times, all that sort of stuff. That's what he was into. She was a good home bloke. And like 30 odd years ago. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Another bloke. Moved out of home and shacked up down in Melbourne with a 20-something-year-old Sheila who's only hanging around because he's throwing money at her. As soon as the money runs out, she's going to be gone. And he don't care. I've told him, and he don't care. And his missus is in a mess, and kids are, they've had a gut for him. One of the daughter's 26, and he's trying to tell her that she's got to call a 21-year-old and that mother. And I totally understand where the daughter's coming from. Turn 60 and they can go weird. Seems to be the way. Some of us go to the Fairytale 7 again and before we go weird. I'm just trying to figure out when my time's going to come. If I come in here with a pirate hat one day and don't worry about that, that's normal. And that be like, wearing a tutu, start stressing.
Jesus, where the hell you?
Or something.
Oh man. No, I just no, I'm looking to. I just want to put off, get this all set up. It's Jack. It's coming together. It's
Cool.
looking so beautiful. Things are starting to green up around here, and it's just starting to look really great.
So now you got a hectic season in ahead of you until next winter when you slow down again.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get a little bit more better prepped up, get your solar sorted out, get your electric sorted out, all that sort of thing.
Well, the heat, the furnaces for the shop and stuff like that. That's going to be priority. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not being rude, I'm going to have to rescue my birds from whatever's murdering them.
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
is not true. It's probably just a chooks out there. And call the girlie.
Well, there you go. Rock on. Give her a look. All right.
You be good. Take care. Folks in the chat there, thanks for dropping by. We'll catch us all later. And so we're hanging around, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm probably going to knock off here in about 20 minutes or so.
no worries.
All right.
Anybody come up, have a chat.
You know it. All
Cheers.
right. Talk to you soon, Jack. Yeah, guys. Anybody wants to come on up and put that in there. Grab a link and come on up. Zoom. Don, come on up, brother. Yeah, come on up, Don. Absolutely. Yeah, I heard about that. Right, Kim Jong Un. They say he's sick. Yeah, yeah. He's got the corona. It's just rock on. All right, be great. Yeah, but if he's sick, well, think about this. He would fit the description of the little horn on the beast, right? Yep. And what does it say? It says then the little horn gets boisterous and then withers and dies. Okay. Oh, that would kind of fit prophecy. So yeah. Now let me check the local weather here, brother. I think yeah. Yeah, we're not supposed to get rain until tomorrow evening. Let me see here. I can even get approximate times. It's supposed to start about 1. Oh, damn. Well, that's going to suck. I'm supposed to hit 55 till about 9. I got 1 o'clock before it starts raining, supposedly. So, yeah. But it's just supposed to be showers. And that'll last. Well, it's the evening till the next morning. According to this, it lasts till noon the next day. We could use a good rain. But damn it. That means I got to get out there early and get the battery on the backhoe and try and get it started and get it moving. I'm pretty certain that I think I got it fixed, or at least working. I just got to get her started. Come on, Don, you can do it. But it's got this safety thing on it, on the transmission. It's like a oil filter can looking deal, and it screws onto the linkage. Now it's got 2 wires coming off of it, and I think they were connected at one point, and I took them apart trying to tie it off, and I think that's what caused the problem. But it's been quite the while since I did that. So I crawled under it today and put it together, and we'll see tomorrow if I have a moving backhoe. I definitely need a power washer though. I gotta buy a power washer. I'm gonna buy one of those electric ones so I can wash down the backhoe and the four-wheelers and stuff like that. Cool. Hey, there you are. So I can wash down the backhoe.
What the hell is going on?
There's all kinds of hell going on around.
Hold on.
How you doing?
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
And there's no delay?
None.
Wonderful. Outstanding. Yeah. Finally getting this fucking thing to work. Sorry.
No, it takes a while sometimes, especially on phones. It seems like it's about the 4th or 5th time before they start leveling off of attempts, because it's like you have to connect and disconnect and go through that bullshit. It just seems like everybody with a phone has to go through that. But once they got it down, it's pretty stable.
I wish I had some way to hold it where I want it to be. And yeah, anyway, sorry about that.
No, I made a phone call. You asked me to find you some other veterans.
Yes.
Did he get a hold of you?
Did he get a while Bill got a hold of me?
No, this is another individual.
Is he also from Utah?
No.
Then no.
Okay. I told him to tell him Wizard of Oz, but he's like, he got a little nervous and all that. And so
okay, that's fine. I get it. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. They don't like
Right. They're still in the paranoia. I keep telling him, I was like, look, it's not illegal where you are. In fact, he lives in Illinois. And you know, like, dude, it's recreational there. You don't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be in the back room or under the rug or any of that shit. You know, it's like, it's just out there, you know. So
for sale at the local dispensary.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. So he's like, he's still like a little nervous. He's like me though, you know, as far as that goes. He's traditional kind of, by the book kind of.
A lot of people like that. Of people like that. So just everybody has to go their own pace in their own journey.
Correct.
Okay? It's just that simple. But most people make the transition.
See, he's on. Yeah.
You know, to I don't know, what would you call it? Openly stonerage? I don't know.
Right. Well, for the last 7 years, he's been on the security force at the local federal court building.
Okay. Well,
right.
Again, he needs to understand the separation of the federal versus the state. Okay. And I'm sure that you'll help him out with that. And I'm happy to help him out with that. But
right.
On the other hand,
yeah, he's put in his notice and you know what I'm saying, at work. So he's going to another government job where it's not a mandatory requirement to federally comply.
Yep. I understand completely. No federal piss test.
Correct. So he was calling me and, you know, and wanting to know what's up. And I was like, well, you know, you picked a great time to
exactly your timing. I was actually telling Wild Bill that his timing could not have possibly been better.
Right.
Stepping into chat the other night, It's like, oh yeah, Wild Bill. Okay, I'll send you $100 worth. How about that? What? Huh?
All right, oh my
He's
god.
like, huh? I was like, yeah. Let's send you $100 real quick. Okay, no problem. 30 seconds later, I had his hard address, and I'll put him something in before Friday this week.
No.
Wild Bill is going to be easy for me to have proof of for Jack, but your guy, if I'm going to help him out, then he's going to have to somehow prove to Jack that I helped him out.
Oh.
If you can help me do that, then we're good.
I think we're going to be okay. He's one of those guys that I think is going to eventually. I can get him on channel here with us. I think. Yeah.
Well, again, all I got to do is convince Jack, because remember the end game here is to contribute $200 to a veteran cause, so that I can get me one of those badass jackknives.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I make no bones about it. That's why I'll give the shit away for fucking forever to get me one of them knives. I'm a knife man. What can I say?
Right. Did I ever show you the one that he sent me?
No.
Oh shit! Check this out. This is the right here. It's in the scabbard and everything. But yeah.
Oh, dude. So nice.
I know. It feels like, I mean, this handle.
I like that thumb grip there. Yes, brother. I like that.
It's even got.
And what is that? What is that turquoise?
It's a blue dye. It's a blue dyed on wood.
What's the wood? What is it? A oak or a hardwood of some kind? Dude, that's beauty. That is absolutely. If I give me something like that, I'm good. Yes, sir.
Look at it. It's just, and it's beautiful, and it's, oh, dude, it just feels like it belongs in your hand. You know,
and you know he uses good steel for that, and you know that'll keep an edge forever.
Right? I'm like, dude, I don't even know if I was like, he's like, he wanted me to auction it off or sell it off to raise money for the Emerald City.
Okay.
Because you know what I'm doing with Emerald City.
I do, yes, sir. Much love and respect for that, by the way. If there's anything I can do for you in that regard, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Okay. All right. Yeah. There's one individual I would like to help, and I'm trying to work it out to find out if I can help him. And and just things aren't right for him just yet somehow. And the other one that I want to help out is Jimmy. But he's in, I can't seem to get a decent conversation with him. He's in Guatemala. He's trying to get home. Yeah.
I've been listening to you about Jimmy over the span of, I guess, my tenure here on the channel, which is not a long time, but a little bit. Right. And there's a lot of things that I don't really understand about Jimmy's situation. First, is he down there on military assignment?
No.
Okay.
Not anymore. He was. That's where he last was on service.
So he took separation in Central or South America, in country?
Yeah,
probably
one of the ladies down there. He married.
Probably for a local female,
family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what seems to be the problem then?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to figure all that out too. I'm like, okay, well, I got land, I got space, I got, you might need you could rent a camper or what have you, that kind of thing, or do container sets. I'll set you out an acre over on the side there where, and that kind of thing. But, I don't actually have a structure for him to come to, that kind of thing. So I'm kind of wondering about that. But I do have a place where he could, set up camp and not have to worry about that kind of thing for the time being until he can get in here and figure things out for himself. You know what I'm saying?
I do, but then that begs the question in my brain: what's his principal priority? Is it to A, get back in country, or B, get some sort of established base in country?
Well, that's what
And
I was
then
trying to find out.
yeah,
Right.
then the question is he trying to bring female? I would be willing to bet large amounts of money that most of his complications stem from trying to bring
Yeah.
female back into the country.
Yeah.
That's hard, even with the military backing you,
And
but it's practically impossible
and he's got
without.
I think he's got 2 or 3 daughters.
Yeah, then that's what we would call the embassy walk there.
Right.
He's going to spend a lot of time in front of the embassy or at the embassy or in the embassy, kissing a lot of embassy ass.
Yeah, he's dealing with the base commander down there, stuff like that. But he's also got some real serious medical issues too. So
Well,
I'm not sure exactly. Like I said, I don't know exactly sure how that's all going to work, but I'd like to try and do what I can to help him. You know.
Well, I agree with that 1,000%. Then in my brain, of course, and I'm an engineer at heart, so I've solved problems and I get straight to it. So let's first then define the problem, and then his priorities around the problem. Is his problem getting back in country, bringing wife in with kids? If that's the problem, then let's start working on that solution. Like,
Correct.
how many visits do you got to go to the base commander slant, U.S. Embassy slant? How much mail do you got to send, and how much butt you got to kiss
Right.
to get what you want done to get back up into country?
I think the part that he was looking to have help with though is where to go once he gets there. When he gets to that point, yeah.
Dude, so a simple spot to land shouldn't be an issue. I mean, does he need like a hard address, or is he just looking for a place to bring wife and family?
That's what I've been trying to find out, so I can figure out how I could help him,
Well, if you've got a space there for him, then I'm sure that there's some way that we can get him in that space.
He's not without resources himself. I mean, it's just, stuff like that. But it's just, I want to, we were talking at one point. He was talking about doing, like 2 or 3 of those containers, shipping containers, and making a place out of that. That kind of thing.
I've been reading a lot about that.
Yeah.
And as an engineer, man, that gives me wood. It really does. It does.
Right.
I'm seeing guys put, really wonderful solar arrays on top of these containers, and they're setting the containers up at angles. And it's just, they're making homes and courtyards out of 3 or 4 containers stacked both side by side and on top of each other. Yeah. And then putting solar panels and arrays on top of that, making the whole thing completely off grid.
Oh, yeah,
which just completely makes me gives me a chubby.
I seen one setup was beautiful. I really liked was 8 containers. Line each 4 containers on each side. Okay. And
wow, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, they had 4 containers on each side, stacked on top of each other, staggered. Okay, so in other words, 2 on the ground, 1 on top, and then they had one that would cross the center.
Ah, okay, a bridge of some kind. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and they had it set up so that it was, and they were about 25 to 30 feet apart, and then they bridged it. Okay, and
that's cool.
The whole roof in between was just metal framing with the plexiglass roof.
Man, where are you seeing that at? YouTube?
I'm trying to remember. No, it was just a picture. And it was in one of those I was following the container designs and container.
Okay.
And there's lots of these really cool ideas to where, I've seen them set them up in cross, or just one, and then one above it, and it was in a cross, and then they set up on one side like a carport, and the other side like a balcony and a deck or a patio underneath it on the other side, and it was a really cool setup, right? And that upstairs
amazing
was 2 bedrooms. Yeah.
Yep. People are just doing amazing stuff with these containers these days. I see people. There was one design that really caught my eye. It was 2 containers stacked on top of each other, and they're using cables to dangle the containers like the Golden Gate Bridge. In other words, it had multiple cables on each side of they were 2 big beams, and then 2 containers stacked one on top of each other, and they were each using cables to dangle the containers from the top of the steel beams. It was just really amazing.
Right.
Probably massive overkill or over design, but still quite amazing. The point being is people are doing really fucking incredible stuff with containers these days.
Right. Now,
to live in.
One of the things I really liked was they take 4 containers, they spread them out by about 24 feet, which you can get one of those steel roofing structure sets, the bent roof that goes up to an apex.
Yep.
You can get them at 24 feet. Well, they set them 24 feet apart and just one after the other, and then cut doors in the sides of those. And it's a drive-through kind of garage outbuilding deal. And you could close it in if you wanted to, and you'd have a badass barn with all the storage you'd ever want.
You could put a slab of concrete in there and
or if that's what
drain it or whatever. Yeah. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. All right. So when are we going to build that for Jimmy in Missouri? When are we building that? When does that start?
I'll have to get a hold of Jimmy and find out what's going on. I've messaged him. I actually got him. He came online the other night, but it was really hard to talk to him because of the delay. His connection down there in Guatemala is crap.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a Central American country. All the internet connections are crap.
So, and my phone won't let me call him anymore. I changed over to Cricket, and they won't let me call down there.
No international dialing.
No. And so, and email contact is intermittent too, because I for whatever reason, he's not getting my emails.
Well, I mean, if he's got a shit internet connection, then probably got a shit email connection.
Right.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, right. Hey, drop 3,200 square foot home doing 8 containers.
Oh, there's Drop. I'm sorry. I'm just, I'm a little slow to look at.
Yeah, amazing came on. Hey, what's up?
I don't get to see the chat, but I should probably click the chat thing, and it might show me the chat. I should, but that turn.
Oh shit! Wrong button. He hit the wrong button. Yeah, you're okay. Come on back. Hey, Drop. Hey, let me throw up a link here. Oh, I know you're just lurking. Whatever. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Don't hit the red button.
I know that now. You see, I can learn. I'm a dumb dog, but I'm still, I can learn.
Yeah, and you're coming through great. You're coming through awesome now.
I hit the chat button is what I did on the phone, but I'm watching the chat button over here on the screen.
Okay.
Stand by. Hold on.
There you go. Yeah.
right? So here's my computer screens, which I normally do everything, but I can't do video through there because that camera sucks. And well, there's a lot of reasons that doesn't work. But
Right.
long and the short of it is I have to do, if I'm going to get on StreamYards with you, I have to do it through my phone. And I can't see the chat through the phone. So I have to look over here to the screen to see drop 12 years or more, you lose your, if you leave the USA for 12 years or more, you lose your citizenship. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. As long as you got a passport, a valid passport, and even if you don't have a valid passport. But anyway, that's the situation. I have to look.
Yeah, even if you don't
to
have
the
a
right.
valid passport, if you have your birth certificate, you never.
Right. You don't even need the birth. You don't need a hard copy. You simply need to walk up to the border and say, I'm a U.S. citizen, and you
Yeah.
need to admit me.
Yeah.
And that's the way it works.
They'll ask for your social security number and you're in.
You need to find out who I am. And I'm I have a social security number. I have this, I have that. So you're going to let me in the country. And the simple fact is, no matter how many laws I've broken anywhere, no matter where I am, you still got to let me in the country. Even if the first thing you're going to do is incarcerate me when you get me in the country. But you still got to let me in.
You still got to let me in.
Yeah, but one point you need to understand, though, is how long has he been gone from the country and not returned? Actually, 12 years.
Well, he took in-country separation from military. So that gives him a much stronger position as far as re-entry into the United States.
Right.
Again, I'm sure that his re-entry is not the problem here.
Who are we talking
about? I assume we're still talking about Jimmy.
Yeah, we're talking about your guy over there in Guatemala.
He doesn't have a problem with that. It's his wife, and
Man, I got tits. God, I'm fat.
No, you just got to do some workout, and then you turn them into chest.
Yeah, mine are solid. Thank you. Yeah, I'm skinny and I'm actually strong, so whatever.
All right, that wasn't my fault.
That wasn't your fault? No.
That was not my fault.
Right.
I did not do that.
Yeah, the problems is, what's in his head, though. I mean, mentally, what's in his head, that's what you got to get into first, because, could be a female problem, bring the wife and kids over. If he had kids, they're automatically U.S. citizens anyway, so they can get a free pass into the country. It probably hold up on his wife.
Yeah.
So if he has relatives, he probably can move them over to relatives, the kids, and then work on the wife.
Yeah.
I think all of that is absolutely spot on. You're absolutely spot on there, Drop.
Yeah. I've been known to have a few brain cells now and again.
Pardon me while I destroy some of these brain cells that I have.
Yeah, just don't ask me to design power systems anymore. I ain't going to do that for nobody, including the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
They can kiss my ass. I give that up 20 years ago.
We all did, brother. That's where we got.
When you blow up a
janitor, how we got as jaded as we did, I guess, right?
When you blow up a janitor in the middle of the night in Iran, instead of taking out the people that you supposedly want to stop as a research team, and you help design the product, you just say, fuck it. I'm out of it.
They keep telling us the rules of war won't let us bomb the leadership. Well, I think that's just horseshit. We need new rules of fucking war then, because the leadership needs to get bombed out of fucking existence.
You know what they say? All is fair in love and war.
Exactly. Do you think for 2 seconds that if fucking Ayatollah dickhead Iransky could put a fucking nuke on top of Washington and he wouldn't in 2 seconds? Two fucking seconds. Sorry.
Yeah, I watched a show one time where we actually it was a fictional show, but a vice president, the president died or something like that, and the vice president took over, and he knew that we sold covertly, the Iranians and other nations like that, actual nukes that were duds, and they shot them at us and that gave him an excuse to annihilate them. And then
See, there you go.
Then he resigned and then run for president after that. So, who says that scenario is not actually true?
Right.
Truth is, what do they say? Truth is stranger than fiction.
Always.
Well, you do Hollywood movies enough, you'll find out that they actually broadcast their intent.
Yeah,
they do. You're right. And I know you've been you've probably seen enough to have seen some things that you shouldn't or probably can't talk about that were, of course, how did we put them? Clusters of fucking.
Let's talk about Bibles, okay? About this.
No, please, let's not talk about Bibles.
Let's talk about NDAs. Let's talk about if you say anything, you're going to go to prison for a long time.
No, let's not talk about.
Let's not talk about those things.
I thank God every day. Jesus is my savior.
Well,
that's all I need.
Yeah. The fact is that none of us would be here if we hadn't taken the paths that we did.
Correct.
We wouldn't have all even come to this little space right here where we're all talking. If we didn't have the experiences that we have in our heads and in our histories.
Yeah.
So none of that is a bad thing. None of that experience is a bad thing.
Right.
It's experience. We all lived through it. I don't know if we're stronger or not, but we lived through it.
Hopefully we're a little wiser.
Hopefully a little wiser, yes. But again, we've been called upon by our country to do things that normal people don't normally do in a normal day in their normal pants, right? So people, I guess, I don't know, people don't understand that. And so I don't try to explain it to them anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
well,
it's because they don't get it even when you tell them.
They're never going to get it, so don't start. It's like trying to put fucking lipstick on a peg. Don't do it. It's not going to work out for you. It's just,
and it annoys the pig.
Right, and annoys the pig.
A lot of people shoot from the hip, but they don't realize the pressure of some jobs that we've had done where you have to get it right or somebody dies.
Yeah.
Right. And you train your entire life for two events in your world. And you need to get them right. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
For me, guys, that was every day for me as a combat medic, as a because when I wasn't in RTEP or training, I was in the infirmaries.
You were neck deep in the shit.
Yeah, I was a doc on an ambulance, for the local dispensary on the base. That was part of my duty. I had to put so many days on the ambulance, So
trying to explain the pressure to get all that right,
and to be every people, and be every time you get on scene, you're the savior. You're the guy. You're the hero.
Everybody's looking at you. You walk on scene, and 20 pairs of eyes turn to you.
Yeah, that's right. And it don't matter about rank at that point because I've seen Kurt beg for it. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Colonel comes over, says, "All right, what are we doing?"
Right.
In other words, what are you doing? Yeah.
Unless you know how to intubate, I don't want to hear it. You just
stay out of the way.
Right.
Colonel's like, "Cool, no problem.
Right.
Give the boy room."
Yeah, you got to be a problem solver no matter what you're doing. That's the problem.
Well, that's always a major. Majors are worst.
The world doesn't like the problem solvers, though.
Colonels are
think
cool.
that they think we're weird.
Right.
Because to me, everything presents as a problem. It does, and it's just another thing that I got to get fixed.
Right. It's just like the natural response for me, is to run towards bullets. I'm not running away from them.
Right.
Okay,
Because there exists an issue that needs to get fixed. Exactly.
Yeah, I hear gunfire. I'm always the one. Where's it at? What's going on? What's the situation? That kind of thing. All throughout my life, it's been that way. So, well, I was in the service at 17, so
I've never had to run towards the bullets in military action, but I've had to avoid being shot 3 times in the civilian life.
Right?
Well, I was lucky enough to only catch one bullet in the leg once. And it was in a small excursion. So I'm good. I don't have any levels of, they treated me well. It healed up well, and I don't have any level of disability or anything else. It's fucking awesome.
I got shot once in the leg, and I didn't even realize I got shot till we were on our way back and everything from the mission and stuff. And turn around and they're like, "Hey, you're bleeding." I was like,
"You're bleeding. There's red shit coming out of you." Exactly. Right. Exactly.
And I was like, "No, that's probably from somebody I was working on." And he's like,
No, that's yours. I'm sorry.
I started checking it as I was talking, and I was like, "Oh shit, I am shot."
Dude, that's cool. That's very cool.
Right behind the in the meat of the calf, on the back of the calf. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I never had to deal with any of that stuff as far as in combat and military, but I did serve, so whatever, as a reserve.
Dude, your service is just as much as anybody else's services. Don't even don't even entertain those thoughts.
Yeah, but I'm
your
just
service is as good as or better than anybody else's. So don't. I don't even. You served alongside everybody else that served and died. So you're one of us, as far as I'm concerned.
I still know what it's like to be shot at, though, 3 times since.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. I could say this. Being shot at is vastly different from being shot.
Yes, it is.
I'll leave it there. Okay, vastly different.
I'll give you one example. I was just telling.
Shot at don't mean shit until one hits you. That's when it's mad.
Oh yeah, I'm lucky for that one.
And guess what? There's a lot of people out there don't know how to use a weapon much, even if they got one.
Right, you're absolutely right.
They couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn, so you can act like Mr. Hero because you can walk to them, and they probably couldn't shoot your ass.
Yeah, they'll empty the clip at 10 yards and not hit a fucking thing, but the concrete wall around you.
Right, there goes a car tire and fucking grandma's.
Exactly. Passerby or pedestrian goes down, a dog goes down, or
Right. It's when they're not shooting at you that you need to duck.
I remember basically had me a 45 at the range, used that, and then I used an M1, an old M1. And then they said, "You're good, get the fuck out of here."
Well, there you go then.
Right.
But I've been shooting since I was 7, so I don't know what, my hunting rifle was when I was 14 was a 300 Magnum, and I used 22s and 30s, and yeah, it really kicks on the shoulder, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I've never used anything that big on a regular basis. I think probably the largest. Go ahead.
Guess what? They wouldn't give me a Purple Heart.
Why not?
I was on special assignment.
Oh, dude. Okay, I get you. Okay.
And it was like, nah, you didn't do what you did, so you can't.
No, yeah, we can't acknowledge that you did what you did. So here's a little something, and go shut the fuck up.
They just said, "Shut the fuck up." That's what they said.
Really? Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm let me apologize for the assholes ahead of time.
Right.
Well, you know what? Okay. You'll get to wear that 60 years from now. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. Yeah, because
dude, that's horrible. That's fucking horrible. At least I got a Purple Heart out of it.
That was all because of the convention. Because I was also I had to have the special registry because I was medic. I was
right.
I was medical, so I had specific guidelines around how I was to behave.
Yes.
Okay. And not always possible in those types of situations. You know what I'm saying? So,
No,
yeah.
I do. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I only joined to get some college money, and the big college money turned out to be worth one semester's worth of money.
I only joined to meet chicks.
oh dude,
What the fuck?
I joined in service to die a hero, dude. That's what I want.
20 years later, I'm like, what the fuck happened?
No, I was like, I did my first tour and I get out and I'm like, okay, now what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Because I only planned to join the service. I was supposed to die a hero, die a soldier. You know what I'm saying? And have some honor in my life.
Did you
Why
do
were
the
you going
4
to
or
do
6
that?
years?
Is that why was that part of the plan? I mean,
My life.
I'm
sucked.
sorry, but dying was never part of the plan for me.
Don, I guess it's just from the shit life I had. I mean, my
Oh,
dad,
okay.
when I was 3, me and my brothers were abandoned basically by the time I was 5.
Dude, I got you. I got
Okay.
you.
You know, I grew up from the time I was like 7 or 8 years old. We were selling stuff door to door to eat. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
By the time I was 7 and 8, started selling door to door Christmas cards, candles, you name it, man. We'd find shit. We'd make shit to sell door to door.
My father would have me and my brothers, 2 of them, there was 3 of us, sell tomatoes door to door.
Well, we raked leaves. We did yard work. We did snow shovels. We did, you name it. You need it done. You need your barn painted or whatever it is.
I'm the only guy I know that has had a normal childhood, apparently. At least what I consider to be a normal childhood. I had a mother and a father that loved me. You know, I don't think either one of them died, and neither one of them died too early.
Right.
So maybe it's just me, right? Maybe I'm just, I don't know, lucky.
No, I got
Maybe was I the only normal kid in the United States
no,
that's not fucking psychologically fucking membered, literally.
I've got lucky too because I got parents in their late 80s. They're 88 now, and they've been married over 65 years. And you know,
You're lucky.
great parents.
You're lucky.
Yeah,
You're. That's normal, though. I mean, shouldn't that be normal?
It should be, but it's not in this country anymore. You know,
Yeah. Okay.
50% divorce rate, single
Because
mothers.
the divorce rate thing. That you know, I'm sorry, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that on.
Well, you know, I had a great marriage too for 18 years until my wife died of cancer. But you know,
me and my wife have been married 18 years now.
Yeah, my parents were the ones that gave birth to me, where they basically were flam kids out of the 50s. Okay.
Okay.
My dad was the greaser, hot rod, rich daddy guy, like Fonzie or some shit. And my literally, it's like my parents were Grease. Okay. Danny and Sandra, you know, kind of shit. Well,
like the movie.
They were just so full of themselves. They didn't, you know, my dad didn't want kids, wasn't going to have nothing to do with it.
Well, it's hard, but you know, we all end up at the same point if you actually, you know, figure it out.
Yeah. No, I, you know, that's why he left my mom's, because me and my brothers were born.
That's pretty shitty. I'm sorry to hear that.
You know?
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, you know, that's seriously. He didn't want kids. She did. She had kids anyway, and because they kept doing that.
Well, you know, yeah, birth control wasn't what it was, wasn't what it is, I guess. I don't know. It was different times.
It would be an argument to justify something like that, but no, my mother actually had a problem and she went and got it fixed, and then
okay, cool.
And despite his not wanting kids or something. So anyway, right. Yes, it's a
that's still fucked up, because when a man makes a promise, he should keep it.
Hey, you know what? I am here by the thinnest of threads, my friend.
I know, but it's all good because you're here and you got your
Yeah.
shit together. You know.
Yeah, I learned it really early on. You had to be thought. You had to think. You had to hit responsibility. I had two little brothers that had to eat too.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
high school years, I grew up in Vegas. I knew every scam there's. In fact, that's why I can recognize scams because you grew up in Vegas, Las Vegas. You understand scams. You know what I'm saying?
Try St. Louis.
No, thank you.
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't go to that pit if you paid me.
I was county, but still, just St. Louis. Right. It was kind of rough and tumble out there, you know. But I figured my life was over. I figured I had no future. My family was shit. There was nothing that was ever going to come out for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you got to figure it out. I mean,
Yeah, I did. I figured it, but that was my thinking. I
no,
couldn't.
I get it. I get it.
I was already a Christian. I already knew that I couldn't kill myself. That was not how this is going to happen. So I figured out how can I do this in an honorable way. And it was the first thing came to mind is go kick some ass, go get frontline badass, and just fucking die for your country kind of shit. You know?
Yeah, we do a lot of crazy shit when we're young, don't we?
Right. Well, I came to that conclusion when they didn't have. I couldn't get in to be a helicopter mechanic. The Black Hawks just came out and they were recruiting for mechanics and stuff, and I knew those were the guys to get to fly them first. They're the test pilot guys. You know what I'm saying? I was figuring, oh, that'd be cool. I'd love to die and wrecking some experimental craft. That'd be cool.
My dad actually did fix helicopters and fly them in the army when he was in.
Yeah, that was the number one person flying a helicopter is the mechanic.
Yeah, he was a pilot for years. Worked for the FAA and the Department of Interior. He flew asphalt centers and representatives back and forth to Congress all the time and forever airplanes.
And the Blackhawks had just came out. They were brand new tech.
Yeah, they were back in the when did Blackhawks come out?
80s, bro. I joined in 83.
Are you talking about the Apaches or the Blackhawks?
The Blackhawks.
I thought they were older now. I thought I'm thinking of the Hueys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Hueys and the Chinooks. Those are all. That's back in the 60s, 50s, stuff like that.
They still fly the Chinooks a lot.
Oh yeah,
I see Blackhawks that are all the time coming flying by my house all the time.
Yep.
There's an old World War II bomb range out here. That's why they come out here to practice.
But when that job wasn't available, the only other thing they had, I'd help my mother actually go through medical school at that point because I was working and going to school and helping her, So turn around and I knew a lot of the medical stuff. I knew all the abbreviations. I drilled my mom for tests and stuff like that. I'd help her study.
Right. So you got knowledge of it firsthand from her because of her studies. Yeah.
Correct. I helped her, and I got a lot of this knowledge in my head. I could be a medic, and medics are like, that's cool. I could do that. You know what I'm saying? And but it was then he says, then he turned around and he says, I was like, because it wasn't a matter of what the job was. My highest priority was getting into the service as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying? He says we can take you in a matter of 2 weeks because I had to wait a year and a half to get to the mechanics. Okay, but I could get into the service in 2 weeks if I took this other spot. And it was a combat medic, airborne ranger, yada yada yada.
Yeah, that's about the same time I got in. 3 years later, but I just took whatever they paid the most and what they were going to promise the most.
The day I joined the service was a Friday the 13th.
Shit, you planned it out good.
I don't know how the hell that happened. It just did.
You were on the rails to hell, weren't you?
Oh, I'm telling you, brother. I was going to be in prison or dead somehow. I might as well do it with honor. That's the way I figured it, right?
Yeah. Well, it worked out for you.
Yeah, dude. When I got out, I was like, what the hell do I do with my life now? I was
Raise some chickens, goats, and food.
I was into cars, so I went the way of mechanics and stuff like that again.
Yeah.
So, but that's what I was going to go and be a paramedic, but these bastards killed off two of my buddies. They got out before I did, and they went into the private ambulance. One got shot in the head. Domestic dispute. Woman got shot. The guy told her to leave him alone, or told him to leave her alone. They, and turn around. He's like, "Now you're gonna have to shoot me. I'm gonna help this lady, and she's gonna die, and I'm gonna help her. That's my job." And he went to go help her, and he shot her, and he shot him in the head. The other one died of bloodborne AIDS. Was dead in a month.
Yeah, there was a lot of fear about that one.
Especially at that time, it was not unheard of.
Yeah, that Burks actually let that shit go through, by the way.
So I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to die like that. That sucked. Both of those sucked. Those are bad ways to die. Okay, so bigger, fast.
You got your project now, which I think is probably a good thing, to help pets out and everybody else.
Yeah, I know.
Emerald City, you got your little setup, and you can start putting people on there. But have you thought about just honestly, you can buy these kits for sheds, these 7x8 sheds, or you can make them 10x8 if you want to. And they have their bond style, or you can make them, just A-frame. And I suggest the barn one. You can actually build those pretty cheap. You can get the kit, the braces that are set up, and they tell you the cuts for them, what size you want to make them, for like $56, and then you buy the lumber.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. With the joints, you put the wood in and secure the wood to it. Yeah, those things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a 10x24 cabin in the back lot, and we'll put the first 8 feet. I'm gonna make like a greenhouse thing. Then I'll make like an office area, living area, whatever.
Have you
like a little cabin?
Have you seen what I'm doing with the wood mill?
No, I haven't seen what you're doing. No, and I mean,
you're gonna trip. You're gonna trip. You got to see that. I thought you'd already seen that.
No, I haven't. I just know generally about your project.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. All right. Well, that's okay. I get you. That's cool. Hold on a minute. I want to show you something. All right. Hold on. Good grief.
By myself, I've been busy building greenhouses and putting in raised beds in them and planting stuff that I've grown for plant starts, because I'm building one of them for the community, because I live in a very small town with a lot of seniors that are actually military vets. There's at least 100 in here in this town, and there's about 500 people here. And
right.
And so I'm thinking of building a community garden, because I figured they don't have the skills to garden, so they could come learn and actually
Yeah,
that produce every week. You know what I'm saying?
Now I get this wood from pallets. Okay, they're out there, and you can find them. And check this out. Here, this is no, that's not the right one. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. This one. Okay. Check this out.
All right. Hey everybody. Here's the
work site for the shop. This is what we've been talking about all this time for the mill workshop. And there's the pad that needs to be parking a motorhome on it. But we're going to incorporate that into the building and make that the base for our sawmill. And I'll post up some pictures of the sawmill here in just a little bit. But yeah, this is, we're putting together the 20-foot beams right now. That's what this is all about. And there's the rest of the beam wood that we've pulled out of pallets. Yeah, this is all straight out, coming out of pallets. 4x4s, 3x4s, 2x4s, 8 to 12 feet long. And that's what we're building it with. Of course, everything gets painted before we put it together, just to give it the most life possible. But here's what we got going on, and I'll send an update up sooner.
That was one of the earliest ones I did.
Great day.
That was one of the earliest ones. Let's see, go to the latest one here.
Hey guys, just wanted to give you.
What's up, man? All right, man. Where do you go, man? You take out the master. The case fatality rate's at 0.1 to 0.3.
Oh, shit. That's all right. Okay.
USC, everybody here has been vaccinated anyway. USC and LA County Public Health study. They found that there's 7,000 cases in California.
But drop, you see what I was talking about?
Yeah, I've got one of them rabbits. His name's Maximilian.
Yeah, but did you see the building stuff?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's what I was talking.
How thick is that concrete? 4, 6 inches, or 2?
I think it's more like 8 to 10.
So it's got a good load bearing on it.
Yeah. It was parking a full-size motorhome on it.
Yeah. I mean, you could actually use that for put a permanent stretcher there.
Well, that's what I want to use for our mill base for the mill saw.
All right, folks. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yep.
You've heard it here first at Golden State. What's going
We
on?
can hear Golden State just fine. How's it going, Jack?
Hey, I'm using that. I'm using that same construction method to build the greenhouse.
Right.
I dropped the link in while I was chatting with Tracy and that to a White House hot mic incident caught on CNN. Everybody's deleting it, so have a quick thing before this one deletes.
You bet.
I've actually got it downloaded here, so I can re-upload it through one of the various things. How you doing there, Don?
Are you talking about the leaked White House video?
They're just a hot mic incidents and that between, you know how each side of the house, there's a guy on the left and the guy on the right who takes all the desks.
Yeah.
They're having a chat.
There you go.
Yeah, I actually posted that myself.
All right, man. Where do you go, man? You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's at 0.1 to 0.3 according to USC. That's reassuring. USC. Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. USC and LA County Public Health.
Notice that everyone here has been vaccinated anyway.
Yeah.
0.1 to 0.3.
Everyone here has been vaccinated anyway.
Vaccine unavailable for the public? Not yet. 3 to 6 months away?
Right.
In California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected. Really? Yeah. And so that makes it 0.1 to 0.3. Does a study to get out of it? Yeah, just give it to that. So it suggests the case fatality rate is 10. Wow. What's your right line with the food? Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Hold on. Can you wind that back a bit? Just the last 20 seconds. It gets a bit grubby there for a sec. The guys are talking about how 1/3 of the country's been infected and didn't know about it.
Yeah. What? Okay. Is that?
Makes it 0.1 to 0.3. Does a study to get out of it? Yeah, just give it to that. suggesting case fatality rates of 10. Well, put your right line with the food. Yeah, exactly.
So what he just said then is it's been played up by a factor of 10 on the thing, but the infection rates are also a factor of 10. So the infection rates are a lot higher, or 10 times what we've been looking at as we get more testing going out there and finding antibodies in people. Most of the folks go, oh yeah, I had a sniffle or I had a hacking cough, and that's 2 or 3 weeks ago, and nothing major and all that sort of thing. They keep on going. So the death rate is 1/10 of what they've been saying, and the infection rate is 10 times what they've been saying. That's from this.
Yeah. That's not coming from me, is it? But I this part up here is what really bothers.
What did I do?
This part up here is what really bothers me. Hold on. Right when it first starts.
Oh yeah.
You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to
.1 to 0.3.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated everywhere. Anyway.
That's reassuring. USC. Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. USC and LA County Public Health came out with a study. They found that there's 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who were infected. Really? Yeah. So that makes it 0.1 to 0.3. Does the study you give out right there? Yeah. Well, put your right line with the food. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
So it's all a hoax.
No, it's real. It's real. It's a real virus. People are getting sick. People are dying, and that. But it's been blown out of all proportion by the UN and the media and all the rest of it, and everybody's trying to pull a cap on it. The right thinking ones and that, but the UN and the media are fucking lambasting anybody like the protesters. They're zombies. They're dehumanizing the people who saying, hey, look, this is a scientific fact. One of the world's leading virologists came on to the BBC this morning, my time, and all that sort of thing. They cut him off midway because he wasn't saying what the agenda wanted. In the middle of BBC One, the main news service, all that sort of thing, interview this guy and that from Finland, one of the leading virologists in the world, and all that sort of thing. He says, it's not that so bad. Poof, he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry, we're having transmission. And that what he meant to say was, it's not so bad as what it could be, and that we've got to keep the lockdown going. Fucking what? No, he didn't say that. He was saying statistics.
Yeah.
What the statistics show is we're overplaying this in a big way. There's more
huge, monstrous one.
Hey, look, simple base facts. This far into this so-called pandemic and all that sort of stuff, the flu that went through 2 years ago killed 86,000 US senior citizens and that and all that sort of stuff, and 4,000 or 5,000 young babies and that and all that sort of stuff. At least this, and I keep on saying this, and that you get to. At least this one's not killing the babies. But killed 86,000. You got how many gone from this thing? 3, 4,000. Fucking, you're getting off light. This one's mild. Why aren't they screaming about the one that was about 2 years ago?
Right. Wow.
SARS had a higher death rate than this, but it was a lot harder to contract. And before I go again, and that, I was talking about, I went out, I actually unwrapped those steaks. Can you see the marbling in that?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That looks good.
So those 3 steaks cost me $20, but from the farm, and that if I was,
that's a $10 steaks if I've ever seen one.
Hey, look, you go to a teppanyaki place; these are $100 steaks.
Right.
So
That's awesome.
yeah, so $20, but it was worth the detour and that 15-minute detour to go out and get. Couldn't get much off him in that because he's actually going to go out and make a killing. Restaurants will pay $60 a steak for that.
Yeah.
Because they're going to charge 120. That's Australian dollars. We're talking that's like $75 Australian US. So that our money, that's a $30 steak a restaurant would pay for.
Right.
In the US, and that you'd be paying 60 for.
Right.
Hey, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, you do.
But so this came, the guy grew the thing himself. He made 3,500 gallons of beer, and that to feed the cows. And that kept them in pens, air conditioned pens. Yeah, you can't have them shivering and that and working all that fucking meat off and all that sort of stuff. It's got to be absolutely fucking perfect. 68 degrees.
Wow.
So he went across to Japan and spent 6 months across there, studying how they did it, and then came back here and spent like $500,000 on a special shed and all that sort of stuff. And then God knows what he spent on the brewing plant, because in Japan the brewery waste and all that kind of thing goes to the cows. Right out over here, he brewed his own.
Right.
And that's so to make sure he had a supply of beer. The cows are fat and lazy and, obviously under exercise, and that to have marbling like that. But that's what you do the critters. That's how they get it. It's an investment in time and space and food.
Right.
To get that result out. But wholesale. So I was selling potties. I'd sell them for $1,000. Oh yeah. They get processed and they can get sold on average around about between $4,000 to $6,000 for a yearling beef cow. For that, he's going to get between $16,000 and $20,000 back for that same animal. But he's had 5 times the cost of investment for setting it all up. You know what I mean? I just throw them in a paddock. That's all I do. I hand feed them, bottle feed them, because that's how you get a potty. It's still sucking up. And people don't want to hand feed them, and that's how you get them cheap. So I'll take them off your hand, $50 each. You feed the fucker. So you're up feeding these things 8 times a day, all the time, hours a night, and all that sort of thing, for the first couple of months until they're right. And then it gets a lot easier and all that sort of thing. Teach them how to follow a bucket and that. Like to boil up the wheat, a little bit of molasses and all that sort of thing. When they follow you around, they get a little bit. I was going for lean meat, right? Yeah, so driven cattle. Driven cattle always brings a better price than paddock cattle, because paddock cattle are fatty and all that sort of thing. Super lean meat and all that sort of thing. Fit, good muscle stuff. So I used to run around the paddock and that with a bucket full of boiled pollard and molasses, and the potties would follow me. And so we'd do about 5K runs 3 times a day. That's why I had to give up smoking, because I couldn't. The bastards were catching up with me. They could catch up with me. So that's why I had to give up smoking. Yeah, that was the call. And when the calves could catch up with me, time to give it up. But and then Jonah sent me one of these, and it's all been good since.
So they've been taking that down, huh? They've been.
Oh yeah, hammering it left, right, and centre. They don't want that coming out.
Right. It's like, oh, don't worry about it. Everyone in here has been vaccinated.
But last search on that was 12,000 copies of it out there.
Right.
So you get cattle that are not weaned yet, right?
Potties are generally not weaned. Yes, they're still sucking calves. Generally calves, male calves, and that, because bulls aren't worth the money that the girls are, and that unless it's bloodline. Then they'll go to the effort because it's money. But if it's just a bull calf and that they've sold the mother, or the mother's died or whatever, they'd rather take $50 for it than go through all.
That's like chickens. That's like chickens. The hens are worth more than the roosters. The roosters are raised for meat. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you only need one rooster.
But roosters, you don't have to fucking bottle feed. They're pretty much independent around that from day 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some next month. I'm gonna get some hens for laying. I'm gonna get roosters to raise for meat chickens to fill the freezer up with them.
If you can, give me a tip, and I don't know your environment and all that sort of thing, but get friendly with your chooks, and the best way to do them is get them young, get them as pullets. So it's around about 12 to 16 weeks. So they're big enough to start living on their own, so they don't need any guidance and all that sort of stuff. But they're young enough to bond with you and all that sort of thing. And if you spend the time with them, you pat them and all that sort of thing, then you get them like my chooks and that, and they crawl all over you, happy to be here and all that sort of thing. And these aren't even my chooks; these are the neighbours.
Well, I like the larger groups of chickens. They're a little easier to manage because they'll teach each other, and I raise them from hatch. I got an incubator, and I'll hatch out a bunch of babies and run them through the process until they're able to, because they got to be pretty big before they join the larger group. Otherwise, the larger group will kill them.
Right. Well, I'm just starting from scratch, so I'll be buying them as chicks.
Okay, well, get a dozen. Because you're going to lose a few on the way. Yeah. Okay? You're going to lose a few on the way. It's going to happen. Okay? Right. Out of a dozen, you'll end up with maybe about 10 if you're lucky. 10 or 11 if you're lucky. Okay? And keep them under the heat lamp. Okay? And as long as they're all the same age, you're good. Okay? You can keep the same cage. But when you start if you start hatching yourself, you have to stage them out in development, or they will pick on the other ones, and the other ones won't develop. So you have to separate them as they stage. And there's 2 forms of separation that need to be done in the process in order to come out with a full, healthy group of chickens. Otherwise, they'll start killing each other. Yeah, they're pretty vicious. I mean, it's pretty dog in the chick world.
If you want any sort of confirmation about the theory of evolution and you want to know where the dinosaurs went, so I can have a look at
the chickens. Yeah, the chickens.
They're little scaly legs. Watch them with a mouse or a rat or a baby kitten.
All the ones, the spiny back, the rhinoceros, the bear, all those came from the big 4-legged mammal, the big dinosaurs that were the 4-legged behemoths.
Yeah, but all the 2-legged ones like Tyrannosaurus Rex and those little nasty ones that tear the fucking chunk out of you. That's what happened to chickens. I reckon all those little ones tear the shit out of you in 100 at a time. That's where chickens come from.
Right, I know.
Hey, watch them with a mouse, and because I'm in the middle of a mouse plague here. Best way to make friends with a mouse, with a bunch of chickens, walk out with a mouse by the tail, and watch how high they jump to get that little sucker. And they're brutal, and they'll tear it apart.
Yeah, I'm throwing down a bunch of cover crops, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of insects and stuff, and before they'll grab and eat a bunch of nice stuff to eat, I'll just move into a little pasture.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. I was thinking about throwing that possum in there.
hey, Drop. If you want your eggs to get a really nice nutty flavour out of them, get a little bit of millet and just a corner of your yard and fence it off. It doesn't need much, a couple of yards, a yard by 2, and grow some millet in it.
Millet or melon?
Millet, MILLET. Millet.
Yeah.
One little round seed that grows into a big spray, a seed head.
Well, we have what's called melon here that grows naturally that actually can be used for like medicinal herb. I have a whole bunch in my
Well,
backyard.
I just like the millet because one, it's huge on omega 3s, which gets passed through the egg. Omega 6s, which the chooks use, and that, so that's longevity for laying for them. But the nutty taste of the millet, which is not far off sesame seed in taste when you roast it, goes through to the egg as well. So if you feed your chooks a little bit of millet, the eggs will have this lovely nutty tasting white. Not the yolk, just the white. It's beautiful.
Well, get this. I got a friend of mine. Actually, the friend of mine in Oklahoma. They're on that kind of deal too. She she turns around and she set off a section of her chicken yard. Um, with She built a frame and ran chain link fence over it, and then doubled up on the chain link fence, and then underneath it, she built it as like 4 foot by 8 foot frame, right? And did the fencing with it, and turned around and planted grass underneath, heavily, and kept it watered. She she feeds the chickens with that.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, but she did it like that so that the chickens wouldn't tear the ground with their claws and digging and
They'll scratch if you leave them. If
Correct.
you move the chicken caravan and that every day, yeah, they don't get into it. They'll still claw.
But that
That's
fence-
snake.
yeah,
I could see growing cover crop on that underneath instead, which has more
grow
variety.
anything you wanted in there, then they would eat whatever grew.
Right.
Excuse me for a second. I'm gonna
Yeah.
put my steaks away.
Get some fast growing grasses, maybe some oats or wheat or whatever you wanted to throw in there. For
Well, this has wheats, legumes, and radishes and stuff like that. That's what cover crop is. You grow that to break up the soil, to enrich the soil, to add nitrogen in, and plus it enhances the soil. And then also, that's what cover crops do.
well, you're probably only going to get away with grass because you're going to have rabbits pooping on it. Okay,
There's no rabbits out here.
you're going to have chickens pooping on it. Is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is how to feed your chicken kind of thing.
I'll be recycling that into the garden and the compost
Oh
pile.
yeah, everything from the garden goes to them if the rabbits won't eat it.
Yeah.
I mean, the tomato plants, that all goes to the rabbits. Rabbits love tomatoes.
I never knew that.
They don't. They love tomato plants. They love tomatoes. They love the bad ones too.
I mean, the most I've ever raised is really show pigeons. So, as far as that goes, as far as livestock, so
Right.
I'll be starting with chickens. I'll be starting small, but I'll be raising.
It's not expensive to feed them, even if you buy the feed. I mean, a 50-pound bag of chicken feed with, if you can get the pellet with the calcium, it's probably only about $14, $12, $13 a bag, 50-pound bag.
Right.
So, but I also do natural feeding too because I don't have any right now. They just finished off the last of the hay bales. I gotta get some more hay bales, and I usually set them out in the woods. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they gather up all the bugs, they hold all the water, and they get all the bugs in them, and then I'll keep a pile of them like that, and then turn around and I'll go and I'll grab a bale and throw it in the chickens, and then they'll tear it up over a couple of months, and I'll go grab another one.
Right. Well, I've got enough backyard. I've got a 3/4 of an acre backyard for the back lot where I've been growing some cover crops now to actually feed the chickens in the future. So,
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I've got the meat chicken feed. So, and the reason why I'm doing greenhouse is because I don't want to fence off stuff because there's a natural deer and elk and moose, thing through my yard. I live out in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing but wheat fields and cattle everywhere.
Yeah. No.
So, and there's natural water down the creek, and there's a lake down the road, and there's lakes everywhere on here. So, and there's artesian wells in town and everything. So, pretty well set up on that one.
Yeah, I got to find some more chickens though, because I need. I want some more eggs.
Yeah, those black ones are pretty good. I forget what they call them, but they're supposed to be
Jersey,
great egg layers and good for meat chickens too.
right.
But
Jersey Black Giants is what I got right now. I want to get the Barred Rocks. The Barred Rocks were awesome. They always laid eggs. I mean, nonstop. Sometimes twice a day.
yeah, I just don't believe in the food source is going to hold up. During the fall and the winter, it's going to be even worse. And
Right.
I'm looking at putting some livestock here, plus raising gardens, and I will actually make solar heater can deals to actually heat the greenhouse, and then charge the batteries up to actually run a little heater to keep it warm enough to keep the plants from dying during the winter. I've already had that solar set up for a long time, solar and wind.
Mm.
And the fact I get 50 knot winds out here sometimes, it's pretty good for power
Cool.
generation.
Cool. That's cool. Well, I'm going to be working with that. I'm going to be working with some above. Right now, I'm working with the above ground stuff. I'm still trying to get my orchard laid in completely. Still got trees to clear some off of that and finish up my front yard. It's going to be the orchard. So,
I put 2 cherry trees in my front yard, and they produced the first year, surprisingly. A couple of
wow,
bowls of cherries, and they're better than the Bing cherries.
really?
Yeah, they're these ones from Argentina. They rooted real well, and they grew up well. And the first year, they bloomed like crazy, and they just produced a hell of a lot of these really sweet, medium-sized cherries. And I could pick them before the birds got them.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
I'd have to probably pull a tag. I got it somewhere, but
How much did you pay for them?
not much. I got them on sale for like $15 a piece.
Really? I want.
Yeah.
Send me a link, dude.
And well, I bought them at Lowe's, but I'll send you the information on them.
Yeah. Okay.
If I don't have your email, I can just contact Michelle.
Only thing they had 2 dead Tartarians, and I got the only live one they had at Lowe's here.
Oh, I've got a couple of plum trees I planted a couple years ago, and they're so huge now. The stalk on one of them is almost about 3 inches around.
Right now, do you use the fruit steaks?
Yeah, I use the fruit stakes, the spikes, and also the first year I actually use these water buckets where you actually fill up the water buckets, and they have a spike that goes into the ground and feeds the water into them. And that actually worked really well. So I've got like 8 buckets now, or 12 buckets of those that I don't no longer need. And they actually work good for irrigation because they've already put the tap right down. So
Oh wow! Right. Well, that's cool.
So I did a video on it on my garden channel, on this channel of mine too. I have 2 channels. I have 3 channels actually. I have 6 channels, but 3 of them I don't do nothing on.
You got.
Yeah, this one is mainly for politics and all the bullshit, and the Matrix crap. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I split off my garden channel to my drop channel in the garden to actually do garden stuff, and I'll be putting out a couple of videos in the next couple of weeks. I use azomite for rock dust fertilizer, and it only comes from central Utah, and it's very unique type of rock dust. It beats balsamic and all this other type of rock dust out, So that really is a good thing to use, to mix into your soil. But since I have real shitty soil here,
you know what I use to feed my plants?
No.
Eggs, tea, coffee grounds, and fish emulsion.
Yeah, I know there's several methods, but the point is that I have really shitty balsamic soil here that actually, it's nutrient poor. So I have to use raised garden beds everywhere.
Dude, all you got to do is wood chip garden. I'm telling you, wood chip.
Oh, I know. I got the garden wood chips, and I've laid it down on the raised beds, and that's working now. And I'm going to spread some out on some of the other ones. So
I had done that. I turned red. I used his method and already did it. I was renting the house. I was planning on buying it, but it didn't work out to buy it. But like I said, it had an acre backyard,
and turn around and I turn that place into a full production garden with chickens and rabbits. I turned it into a farm.
Yeah, I know. I bought this place that has six individual properties, residential properties, and I bought it as an investment because after the wife died, I decided to move back closer to family, and so I moved back to Washington State, and I got tired of looking for a place. And I said, "Fuck it, this place has got some place that's 2,000 square feet house and all that crap or whatever." And then I've got an acre and a half, and I can work with that. It's divided into 6 lots, so I can put if I want to, I could sell off a lot, or I can just put something on there and rent it. You know, so I use it more as an investment. I'm looking at like 25 acres up north. Buy it with cash. I don't like to do anything on credit, even though my credit's really good.
Right.
So, I don't like to be in debt. And I'm not. I'm not in debt, so I own everything I got. Cars. I got 3 cars. Cargo trailer, all that shit house, the land, and I've got inheritance too, by the way.
Right.
So I'm not worried about that, but I'm looking at 25 acres up north. It's been clear cut. It's got a pond on it. It's a lot more different climate than here, and I'm thinking about something like that, buying something like that for like 20, 30 grand, and then just building something on top of it.
Right. Right.
I mean, practically, it's like when your wife dies, you're not too happy anyway, so you just do whatever you gotta do.
Yep, true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except there's kids involved, and then you got to do what's right for the kids. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to be someplace close to town, otherwise I would have lived out in the middle of nowhere, Jack.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what I am.
she's my
If
ex.
not
I'm
for
in the
meeting
widow.
Tracy, I'd be up in the rum jungle
But
now instead of Timbuktu.
yeah. Still
I'll
the
be
same thing for me, man.
I'll be fine out in the middle of nowhere myself. I'm in a bushcraft guy anyway. I've been hunting my entire life, and I know how to grow things, and I know how to survive. And it's like, but the kid's going to be raised this year after high school, so I may just hit the RV and just go park it somewhere on a piece of property I buy. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Shit.
Maybe do the same thing you're doing. It's like a little project, like helping other vets and stuff, because there's a lot of people that need help out there. That
Right.
I see Don's still watching there. So
Yeah, Don. That's what I was laughing about a second
yeah,
ago.
I asked
He-
if Tracy was
Yep.
still there, and then muted the mic and phoned her and said a good night thing. But while you're there,
There you
just
go.
back there. So now, timber or handle, all that sort of thing. Synthetic, timber, burl. What's your preference?
as far as a bow goes, I've got a fiberglass one. It's called the Hero. It's a pretty nice one. But as far as the knife, I think your quality is way beyond what I could buy.
No, look, because I'm recycling, it's not as expensive as what you think. And if you've got one there, I've got my one here. Excuse my the filth on it.
What kind of wood is this again? You said
it's Cuba wattle. It's similar to a thing that gets in India called packer wood, but Cuba wattle. So if you have a look at how it is, the winter wood is very porous, so it absorbs. It's very dark, and it's and very porous. So it's very dark and absorbs the dye a shitload. The other stuff absorbs it, and then you get the central end of the season, and it's all silica, and that because it's in the sand. This is the same deal, and that, believe it or not, blue dye, they're exactly the same. But see how mine's gone purple because it's 20 years in the sun.
right.
It's done with blue India ink. So you boil your wood. You put a cup of methylated spirits or denatured alcohol, a cup of turpentine in 6 cups of water that are boiling. You put half a cup of salt, and that is a stabilizer, so the stuff doesn't evaporate instantaneously. Put your blue India ink in it, and then your pieces of wood that you've got cut down to thickness. The heat opens up the timber, absorbs the dye and all that sort of thing. You take it out of there and then throw it into ice water, and then you can cut it, shape it, and that's how it works.
Say the name of the wood again one more time.
Kuba wattle. C-O-O-B.
Okay.
Kuba, C-O-O-B-E-R. Kuba wattle. We have to.
Yeah, I do have a couple of knives that are in my bug out bags. Maybe my kid. She's not really a kid. She's an adult now. She's 18, but they're Sheffield, hunting knives. They're not bad, but they're not the greatest in the world. They're not the greatest steel in the world, but you can't beat a good knife when you need to actually cut stuff up, or those knives right there you show me, Rick. They could actually be used for self-defense, be used for slaughtering animals. I mean, they're good. Those are good blades, I know. It's just hard buying stuff that quality. All the cheap Chinese crap.
Right.
See, I'm trying to get a picture of the plant, but I keep on coming up because it's used as a spice over here. I get food delivery and takeaway, Uber Eats, and all that sort of thing.
Talking about the millet?
No, the Cuba water. It's a flowering, woody, shrubby thing, native. The little seed have got a nice lemony taste to them, and so they're very popular in herbs and spices out here. Everything indigenous and all that sort of stuff is flavour of the month.
Does it grow in a desert situation,
but the timber, it grows a lot, and that when the water's there, and then it goes through drought. It grows in, it gets all of its water in 3 months of the year.
I get it. The wood hardens quickly because of the drought.
And so it has these very contrasting lines inside of its structure. And dye will absorb into some of it and won't go into the others. And the one that it will go into is self-graduating, because at the end of the season, instead of being more porous, it's actually got silica filling and that in there. So you can see, like on yours, the blue dye is in closer to the dark bands, and then it comes out pale because it's not exactly in there, because there's more silica actually in that part of the wood. So the wood's actually becoming more like stone because of its environment. So it's a weird.
No, I get it. I get it. That's pretty cool, because actually it almost like fossilizes at the same point.
Well, actually, more. I put it like tie-dye T-shirt. You constrict the area and that, so the dye can't get into it with your rubber bands, and then you can move the rubber band and another dye can fill that spot.
I was never into tie-dye or the pot situation, so
I just had hippie kids, so. Yeah, I'm an old fart. So, yeah, my kids went through semi-quasi hippie sort of phase.
But I kind of get the fact that it actually fills up with the silicon, and then it actually constricts, and then it actually compacts, and then it becomes more denser, more stronger.
So, what I was... there's other stuff out here. We get a thing called river red gum wattle. River red gum, sorry. Wattle on the brain. River red gum, and the red gum sap actually flows through these holes that is formed in the burls, and it crystallizes in there. Now, when you actually slab that up, those crystalline pieces, most of them fall out and all that sort of thing. And people make essence of gum and all that sort of thing, sort of like ambergris out of whale's guts and all that sort of thing. But gum hardens and crystallizes, and they use that for the eucalyptus essence and all that sort of stuff. But it leaves these big holes in the timber. And I've got some photos, and if Tracy's still watching, I was actually that's why I asked if he's still there, if she could share some photos of some of the red gum burl work that I've done.
So Jack, is that like a stock, like a sunflower stock, where it actually, just like a milky stock, and then all of a sudden just fills up with minerals because of the drought situation? Is that what it does?
No, actually, the reverse happens, and that if you pick the swamp areas, like the Darling River, Red Gum Girls, they get they get flooded, and that flood can last 3 months, and that water will erode all that hard mineralisation out of those things and leave voids, and those voids, and that I can fill up in multicoloured resins, whatever you want, and all that sort of thing, or leave vacant, which I often do. Actually, when you're doing that, I'll give you a secret. Make up a mixture of 45 parts cyanoacrylate, which is superfluid, and 2 parts nitric acid. And the combination of that, and then coat the timber. It etches into the timber, hardens it, strengthens it, and all that sort of thing. So all those voids, and those little bits will flake off later on and all that sort of thing. But it actually adds around about 5 to 8 points on the Mohs scale of hardness to most bills as well. So as a bill handle that you're holding, working, maybe dumping into stuff and all that sort of thing, it'll stand up to that a hell of a lot better.
So you use an agent and a reactive, right?
Yeah, and the etch acid actually carries it into the timber a lot further and deeper, so you get a lot more tensile strength out of it. It's like a resin bonding in a fabric.
Guys, I just realized what time it is. I've got to get to bed.
Oh, cool. That's all good.
Yeah, it's like holy shit! It's 1:45, damn near.
It's only 11:42.
Yeah, 1:42.
That's all right. Hey, look, you can only do what you can do.
Right. So, thank you guys. It's been a great hanging with you. Thank you for coming up and talking with us.
I'm off to roast some taters and that, and once I've got oven baked taters, I'm going to cook a steak to go with it.
And fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah.
Actually, I got a few of them the other day too.
And thank you, Don. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. If you're in the need for seeds, he's the man to see.
I've actually got a ton of seeds.
Yeah.
I actually got enough to feed the entire town for 2 years if they want to do starts and everything. Maybe more than that. I just did a bunch, but yeah, I'm gonna put a greenhouse of the. I know that wood's gonna get tight here. I think we're
talking different seeds there, though. Drop.
I can get them too. Trust me.
Yeah.
I've
got a bunch of stoner friends I know since high school. Trust me.
Hey, look, if you got a $1 million army, you're gonna have a fucking shitload of fucking seeds.
Yeah, I do. I do have people that have seeds. Trust me. I know.
Just from
a lot of my friends were stoners in high school. Thank you.
1 in 10.
No, I'm just saying, Don.
Open smoking advocate. Like 1 in 10 people.
I don't actually.
No, drop. That's
so finding pot over in the US is never hard.
Right, Don. That's Don T. Rump. That's his business. Drop. That's what he does. So for marijuana and help people grow and stuff like that. That's what he does.
Yeah, the problem with that though is moving the product across interstate lines, intrastate, and not
there's different rules for each state. Yeah, there's different rules for each state. He's up on it. Yeah.
The laws of between interstate commerce is really killing the crap out of this right now. If they could get that resolved and get the
but you're going to need federal legislation to do that.
Yeah, I know. That's the biggest problem, Jack. Biggest problem is because
you think it is. Don's offered to sort me out and all that sort of thing with stuff and that, because I don't know. I've got seeds here now and that because I had a seedy crop this year, but I was hoping for one because I was down to 4 seeds. But I'm not an expert on it.
Yeah, I remember Mexican dirt weed, Maui Goa, and all that crap.
I don't know. I know one variety I got is a Thai based, and the other one they're selling
Red hair tie. Yeah, that's I remember all that stuff because of back in high school days. But the problem with this because the distribution of ability to transport across state lines, so without cash,
Well,
that's a big
transporting
deal.
seeds is
Think about
not.
state lines. Talk about international trafficking.
Right, but transporting
Oh,
seeds is
that'll
not.
get us all in the who's scalp at 25.
Yeah, but transmitting seeds is not.
Seeds are fucking over here. Seeds. One seed will get you 2 years in Western Australia.
Oh wow. Well then yeah. But I mean, it's different for every place. Even in the states, you have to treat it
Yeah,
like
I know.
individual countries. Yeah, I'm
Well,
saying he's up on his law. He's got his shit together.
that's what I'm trying to say though is that the international and the interstate commerce, as far as in the United States, is holding back a lot of the stocks on pot because the
Right.
fact that you can't put it from one state to the other, you can't transport seeds, blah blah blah
No,
blah.
he's got his shit together. He knows it state by state.
Hey, the pinks have
comply.
got a lot of pot
Yeah.
traders on them, and some of them are doing all right. You know the pink sheets?
I didn't hear that. What?
The pink sheets.
What are those?
The pinks are a informal stock exchange.
Okay, I didn't understand what you said.
The pinks, pink sheets. The pink sheets are
Pink.
Yeah, it's the pink sheet market. Yeah.
It's an uninformal shop, pre-IPO market.
Yeah,
People
I'm
trade
very
on
unfamiliar with
IPO.
that.
Okay, then. You're,
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you I'm unfamiliar with it.
Yeah, well, I look, I'm not a big trader on it. $200 is my biggest play. Right, yeah, that's my personal rule. So I'll play $100 here, $50 there, $80 here. I'm doing okay on it. Okay, and that because I can spot a trend and all that sort of thing. I put $50 each into 4 pot growers around the place. One of them's turned back $68. When they bought back my $50 investment, they paid me $68. One of them's currently valued at $212 and still ongoing. Yeah, not a big play, but you could have a fun.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm unfamiliar with what you're saying, so that's why I asked.
Alternative markets, my friend, but I play a lot on the internet. Dark web, no, there's too many scumbags there, and there was years ago. Undernet, I've got a few servers and shit like that, but alternative and that outside the mainstream. There's always a freehold market out there for simple traders.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Nature of commerce. Fuck an overall controlling thing. I'm a business person. I make knives, I wheel and deal and all that sort of stuff. Best way to do it. I don't need a government regulation and that. As long as the person I'm doing business with is happy with the deal that he and I make, who cares?
Who needs to know what? Yeah.
Yeah, I work on the web. I do what I want to do, and people pay me money, and I do what I do, and people are happy with what I do. That's another deal too, But
Right.
I mean, I just asked because I didn't know, and I'm not going to ask. I'm not going to act like I do know. Okay.
No. Look, it's okay, but I'm surprised, and that because the things have been around 20 years.
I'm not into the market of whatever.
Money?
I mean, no, I'm just.
Money's a tool. Money's a tool.
All
I
right.
mean,
Hey, I gotta get crashing, man. I really
I'll
love
talk to you later, guys.
All right.
Cheers to you, mate. You
God
be good.
bless you. Love you guys. Thank you, Don. Thank you, everybody, for coming up tonight and being part of the show. All the chatters and the mods. Thank you, guys. You all are wonderful, and I thank God for all of you each and every day. You have a wonderful evening. Dream well, Patriots, because we are winning. Okay?
I hope we are.
We are. Read the book. All right. Talk to you later, man. See you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Take care of y'all. Bye bye.